Stand and sing of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for the right. We won freedom's fight, oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by those good men. Let us all our people join as one, brothers under the sun. Oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessings descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Good afternoon. Okay. Honorable members, I have two announcements to make. The first announcement, honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence in the Speaker's Gallery of the following staff from the Senate of Kenya. Mr. Stephen Kikonjo, Principal Clerk, Assistant 1 and Leader of Delegation. Mr. Charles Ngatia, Clerk Assistant 1. Mr. Victor Bett, Clerk Assistant 1. Mr. David Barasa, Assistant Sergeant at Arms. And Mr. Ibrahim Odindo, Assistant Sergeant at Arms. I wish on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia to receive our guests and warmly welcome them in our midst. I thank you. The second announcement, honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of students and lecturers from Charimbana University in Chongwe District. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome our visitors in our midst. I thank you. We make progress. Matters of urgent public importance. The Honorable Member for Chairman North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My matter of urgent public importance is directed to the Minister of Finance and National Planning.
You may proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the local currency has of late experienced unprecedented depreciation against major foreign convertible currencies. And Madam Speaker, this is raising public concerns. Madam Speaker, Zambia's economy is import-oriented, and as a result, the continued depreciation of the kwacha is having devastating effects on the cost of living of the majority Zambians. Madam Speaker, it is important that the Minister of Finance should be able to assure this nation, because the people are very much concerned, especially cross-border traders. I seek your indulgence in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. That matter does not qualify under matters of urgent public importance. This is not the first time that the currency has changed. It has been changing, going up and down over a period of time. So the Honorable Member is advised to use another platform so that he gets feedback from the Minister of Finance. The Honorable Member for Kasenengwa.
Madam Speaker, we appreciate the opportunity to rise on a matter of public urgent importance. First of all, Madam Speaker, the people of Kasenengwa are sending fraternal greetings to you, and they are very grateful to the Minister of Agriculture for assuring them that within 14 days, they will receive their fertilizer, which was not delivered in 2021-2022 season. They are very excited. Madam Speaker, thank you one more time for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, this matter is directed at the Minister of Agriculture. Madam Speaker, of late our papers are awash with reports of fertilizer being stolen from these agricultural camp offices. And this is the time, Madam Speaker, when farmers are receiving fertilizer, but almost every week or on a daily basis, there will be a paper that will report about fertilizer being stolen. And yet farmers are crying, they're complaining that they are sharing fertilizer in medals, plates, and buckets, when actually people are stealing a lot of it. The most unfortunate part, again, is that the people implicated in these scandals are members of the ruling United Party for National Development. We may bury our heads in the sand, but the situation is very loud out there. Madam Speaker, why is the Minister of Agriculture quiet instead of addressing Parliament or the nation? Why there is so much pilferage of fertilizer across the country, and yet farmers are complaining of having a shortage of fertilizer? Government is producing fertilizer, enough fertilizer for people to share, for farmers to share, but very few people are benefiting because there is so much pilferage of fertilizer. Why is the minister quiet instead of addressing the nation? We want to know. And is it by design or it's just by coincidence that members of the UPND are being implicated? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Kasenengwa, would you give an example of places where the fertilizer was stolen?
I've got a lot, Madam Speaker, in my phone. There was a scandal in the northern province. It was in the paper, in Kasama. Last week, there was a scandal in my constituency in Kasenengwa. It was also in the newspaper. There was a scandal, Madam Speaker, in Chasefu. It was reported in the newspaper. All these matters I'm talking about are reported.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture, would you want to say something over the same?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honourable Member for bringing that issue up. Madam Speaker, thefts occur everywhere. And you will recall, Madam Speaker, and agree with me that I have on several occasions stood on the floor of this House and indicated that a program like FISIP is not just a Ministry of Agriculture program, it is an entire government program, including supervision, checking by members of this House. Madam Speaker, upon complaints that issues were not being handled properly out there without the involvement of the honorable members of the House, through your guidance, I wrote a letter allowing every member in this chamber to be part and parcel of the process. I would not like to hide by saying, if there's theft in Kasenengwa, then we are part and parcel. I wouldn't like to say that, but I think we need to be careful because it is our responsibility to check and ensure that when fertilizer arrives, we are part and parcel of the system to see who are receiving the fertilizer. You will recall last year, Madam Speaker, when I cut off the collection of fertilizer by a group to individuals, there was a horrible cry from including members of the House until I was ordered to reverse the process. And I said to a few colleagues that I have lost, criminals have won. Now, it is up to us to fight this scourge, other than complaining. And I have said, give me the names of any officer who is involved. They will be dismissed instantly. We will not even waste time. They will be fired instantly. I will personally ensure that they are out of the system. And, Madam Speaker, I always pray to you and to the House that issues of food should not be looked at in a political screen. Let us look at them as Zambians, because hunger is not going to choose UPND, PF, DP, whatever party is there. We are all going to suffer. So give me the names. Madam Speaker, let me have the names. I will make sure that if they're not arrested, they're out of the system. Madam Speaker, with your permission, there is another issue which is a bit difficult out there as regards the fertilizer. Allow me to talk about it. Number one.
What is the issue, Honorable Minister?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's relating to fertilizer and the cry of people. Some are getting 6, some say 8, and some areas they say there's no fertilizer. So I wanted to handle that. But if it is out of context, I can come with a ministerial statement.
Okay. In fact, the Honorable Minister is advised that the question is coming tomorrow, because we've had a number of MPs actually bringing out issues concerning the farming inputs. So you attend to that issue tomorrow. I'm going to allow 3 questions. Do we have any members of Parliament with questions? Yes, on what the Minister of Agriculture has responded to. The Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and Honorable Twasa, Member of Parliament for Kasenengwa. Thank you very much for that matter of urgent public importance. And Minister, thank you so much for your response. But Minister, you stated yourself that FISIP is a government program which calls for the involvement of everyone including members of parliament gathered in this August House. Minister, there are cases of pilfering and stealing of fertilizer, even in my district, Ekabwe. Cases, me even cement, by civic leaders coming from the United Party for National Development. And cases reported, Minister, but you'd find that at the end of the day, no conviction is done. What is the way forward, Minister? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Sydney, for that. Madam Speaker, first of all, I deal with food, not cement. Please don't get me involved in cement. You will die if I put cement in your building. Madam Speaker, I want to bring the House to a serious position. There is no way you can segregate theft of fertilizer and align it to any political party. Madam Speaker, I'm lost. I really don't want the honorable members to engage me in that manner. Engage me in a manner where I will be useful to the nation. Surely, if a person steals fertilizer, it doesn't matter which party. That person is a thief and should be arrested. It's as simple as that. That's crime. So let us look at this thing. I appeal to the honorable members and I appeal to the country. When it comes to food, no parties, no politics. Let's look at each other as Zambians. Madam Speaker, I rest my case. There's a president there seated. If he starts talking about his...
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kasenengwa. The Honorable Member for Kasenengwa.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity again. And the Minister of Agriculture, thank you for that response. Though the problem sometimes you say one thing today, then the opposite happens tomorrow. I would want to find out. We received that letter quite well, which did not go in so much detail. Some of us, a person like me, it pains me to see people stealing government resources like fertilizer, FISIP meant for poor farmers. Even these CDF monies that go into the constituencies, seeing a civic leader or a government official
the
involving
Honorable
themselves
Member
as
for
proxies.
Kasenengwa, we are talking about the fertilizer. Let's
well-
not expand now to include even CDF. Let's
Well-
look at the problem that you brought on the floor of the House.
Well guided, Madam Speaker. How much, could you kindly outline to this House, how much involvement should an MP have in the distribution of farming inputs? Because if you say the way you said it there, a person like me will go and sit in the DACO's office and start doing audit, camp by camp. And I don't want to receive a phone call to say you have gone beyond your limits. How much involvement should an MP have in that letter that you gave us? Because it did not outline so much that an MP should do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the honorable members of the House have a right to look at the list of all the potential recipients. As long as you do not hold, because agriculture is time-bound, time is of essence, you are free to look at the records. You are free to identify people getting fertilizer in a particular area. Because what is happening is that if this is Kasenengwa, you find a person coming from Ndola, he gets fertilizer from Kasenengwa. Meanwhile, you have a right to question how a Ndola-based resident or citizen is getting fertilizer in your area because there's fertilizer in Ndola. And if you did that, no one will stop you. I will be the first one to be with you, to work with you, regardless of a political party, and arrest those criminals. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Mwembeshi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, the issues happening in the constituents now, I don't know whether these people who are distributing fertilizer were taught properly, where they start giving fertilizer 8 bags, tomorrow they start giving 7, the other day they are giving 6. What have you got to say about the distribution? How many bags are they supposed to get so that my people in Shibuyonji, Mwembeshi, can actually get it from you? What is the position? I thank you.
Again, we are talking about the stolen fertilizer.
Yes.
Honorable Minister, I don't know in one sentence, I don't know whether you've got an answer for the Honorable Member for Mwembeshi.
Madam Speaker, in one sentence I won't manage. I have to answer it in 3 parts.
Yes. Yes.
In 3 parts. In one sentence, honestly, I cannot manage unless we leave it for tomorrow.
Yes, Honorable Minister, in fact, I'm guided that the question that is coming tomorrow is for the Honorable Member for Mwembeshi. So the Honorable Member for Mwembeshi will wait for the response tomorrow to be given by the Honorable Minister of Health or of Agriculture. I'll take the last member, the Honorable Member for Chasefu.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to appreciate the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. From the outset, I want to mention that issues of FISIP are issues which are non-political. I want to emphasize this, Madam Speaker. These are non-political. They border on food security and hunger for our people. As my brother has lamented, before I ask a question, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, our brother Mr. Mtolo Piri, take these matters of FISIP very serious. I know you are laboring, but you don't have the people under you helping you. I'm just back from Chasefu. Yesterday I came to Lusaka 05 hours. One of my wards in Nkanga ward, they have been given 129 bags underweight. They are there, the police has reported the matter. The issue that you did to give us letters to monitor and to work with these DACOs, are you aware that they are resisting? Honorable Minister, we are here, this is not a political matter, to help the nation. The issues of mini meal has gone high because people are not producing. So we need to ensure that we take this matter serious. Minister, my question is, the officers, the DACOs, camp officers, are you aware they are conniving with camp agriculture committees in inflating the number of portions that are given to farmers, adding on top of what the cooperatives are supposed to get, and personalize that fertilizer? I've got evidence. Are you aware that there is a syndicate? And this has been happening throughout all these years. Honorable Minister, I wish I could have been given 1 hour. I can talk to people, to you. The problem is big. Let's help our people in Chasefu and other parts of this country. Thank you, Madam Chairperson, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I will sit with Honorable Nyambose, whom I relate with very well all the time, solving problems when he does indicate to me. Madam Speaker, if Honorable Nyambose has the name of those officers, CAC and the camp officers, let me know. Madam Speaker, they will not be in employment by next week. That I can assure you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We now move to the last person on matters of urgent public importance. Let's keep our questions for tomorrow and agriculture. All the honorable members on my left. The honorable member for Chitambo, what is your matter?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my matter also is on agriculture. And to be very honest with you, Madam Speaker, I was very happy when the minister said he wanted to bring a ministerial statement. I think through a ministerial statement, we can ask him a lot of questions. like on the matters that he wanted to speak to, where people are getting, well, cooperatives are getting 6, 7 bags of fertilizer. So my matter of urgent public importance, to put it on record, is that, Minister, in my constituency, so many wards, I've got 10. In about 8 wards, many cooperatives have gotten about 6 bags of fertilizer. Last week I was here with a complaint of delayed distribution. This week I'm here to tell you that our farmers are getting 6 or 7 bags of fertilizer. And in most cases, they are paying 100 kwachas. Madam Speaker, the essence of this urgent matter of public importance is to compel the minister to come up with a ministerial statement so that these matters can put to rest for once. I thank you, Madam Speaker. I need your serious indulgence.
Thank you so much, the Honorable Member for Chitambo. Like I announced much earlier, I said tomorrow there's going to be a question for the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. However, depending on how matters are going to be addressed tomorrow, if we see that there is a gap between what the members of Parliament have been asking, we are going to direct the minister to come up with a ministerial statement based on the gap that we identify tomorrow, as is responding to the question on agriculture. That is my guide. We make progress. I have permitted the Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development to make a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
I thank you for giving me this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to render a ministerial statement to this House and the nation at large on the status of...
Order, honorable members, order. The honorable member for Pambashi, I think our rules are so clear. You cannot rise on a point of order when the minister is giving a ministerial statement. You have to wait for that point of order. Yes, he's acting. We've all seen that he's acting Minister of Mines. We haven't seen the actual minister. So in the place of the minister, there is an acting minister. You may continue, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to render a ministerial statement to this House and the nation at large on the status of illegal gold mining activities at Kanyelele area of Umpika district in Muchinga province. This statement comes at the backdrop of the Member of Parliament for Umpika Parliamentary constituency, Honorable Kapyanga, who raised a matter of urgent and of public importance relating to the removal of the illegal miners by law enforcement agencies in Kanyelele. Madam Speaker, as you are aware, the country is well endowed with various minerals such as gold, as evidenced by occurrences that have been reported and confirmed across the country, including Kanyelele. It is for this cause that, in line with the government's diversification agenda on mining, non-traditional minerals, including gold, have been identified as potential to significantly contribute to the economic development of this country. Consequently, government has since declared several minerals such as gold as strategic minerals for economic development. Madam Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to state that Mpika district, particularly Kanyelele area, experienced a gold rush by artisanal and small-scale gold miners in March 2023. As such, government sent a team of officers from my ministry and other institutions such as security agencies to assess the situation. It was discovered that there was an influx of our people and suspected foreigners who were involved in illegal gold mining activities in the area, with pits spread across the area. The findings of the team concluded that there was gold occurrences in the area, particularly along the riverbeds and in the rocks. Madam Speaker, to secure the resource, government immediately heightened the engagement of the illegal miners on the need to halt their activities to pave way for government to assess the extent of mineralization to determine the economic potential of the resource in the area. In addition, Madam Speaker, government engaged various stakeholders such as the communities around the area, the traditional leadership, as well as local administration in Impika district and Muchinga province as a whole. Consequently, various interventions have since been taking place to prevent illegal mining activities. For instance, the ministry has since deployed a team of geologists who undertook geological investigations in October 2023, and a detailed report is being finalized. In addition, Madam Speaker, due to the reported influx of suspected foreigners in the area, it was necessary for government to rid the area of foreigners and secure the area from illegal mining activities. These actions were aimed at preventing further environmental degradation, preserve the geological signature of the area, and allow for a detailed exploration. In the meantime, government continued to engage the community by encouraging the formation of cooperatives as a way of empowering them to participate in the exploration of gold and other minerals. Madam Speaker, honorable members of the House, government through my ministry, in conjunction with other line ministries, has developed an integrated artisanal and small-scale gold mining and marketing development model. The model seeks to formalize artisanal and small-scale mining subsector through formation of cooperatives, training in basic mining methods, provision of mining equipment, and establishment of marketing centers. This is being implemented through a multi-sectoral approach. And so far, it is being implemented in the gold subsector in selected areas of the country, which include Kanyelele area in Impika district. Madam Speaker and honorable members of the House, I wish to inform the House that so far, in conjunction with the Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprises Development and other agencies, government through my ministry has registered a number of cooperatives involving the community in Kanyelele. 5 cooperatives have since been granted artisanal mining licenses in the area. Further, sensitization activities for the community to form cooperatives have since been heightened, and it is expected that a number of cooperatives would be registered and considered for grant of artisanal mining licenses. Madam Speaker, in an effort to prevent resurgency of illegal mining activities and curb the presence of foreigners, law enforcement agencies undertook operations at the site from 19th to 22nd November 2023. It is reported that illegal miners tried to resist orders to halt illegal mining activities despite various initial engagements for them to evacuate the area. However, being a security matter, my ministry wished to state that further details on the situation may be highlighted by the ministry responsible for security in the country. Let me hasten to mention, Madam Speaker, that it was and indeed necessary for government to rein in and bring sanity to the situation at Kanyelele. This is due to various concerns such as poor health and sanitation conditions, as well as security arising from the illegal mining and trading activities in gold. Madam Speaker and honorable members of the House, to ensure our God-given resources fully benefit the communities and the country as a whole, government is committed to protect and prudently manage these mineral resources through various interventions. These include deployment of security personnel to areas such as Kanyelele in Impika district. This is to ensure protection of mineral resources and curb illegal mining activities, while also protecting the environment from degradation through unregulated mining activities by communities. In addition, government is undertaking the formalization of informal mining activities through formation of cooperatives across various mining areas, including Kanyelele in Impika. This is in order for the local people to be given preference in participating fully in the exploration of minerals. In addition, government through my ministry is also scaling up the provision of technical services to artisanal and small-scale miners through sensitization on formalization provisions of the law, training in basic and sustainable mining practices, promotion of safe and environmental-friendly mining methods. To this effect, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development, working in a multi-sectoral approach, has intensified sensitization, formalization, compliance monitoring, and enforcement in Kanyelele to ensure prevention of illegal mining activities. Madam Speaker and honorable members of the House, I wish to stress that the New Dawn government, under the leadership of His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, is focused on ensuring that Zambians, such as the community around Kanyelele area and Impika district, participate in the exploration of minerals to ensure maximum benefits from their God-given resources. As I conclude, Madam Speaker and honorable members of the House, I wish to reiterate that my ministry is undertaking policy, legislative, and institutional reforms that will result, among other things, the establishment of the Minerals Regulations Commission that will ensure regulation of the mining sector for the benefit of the Zambian people, including the prevention of illegal mining activities. Madam Speaker and honorable members, I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement that was given by the Honorable Minister of Mines, the Acting Minister of Mines and Minerals Development. The Honorable Member for Mongu Central.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Minister, for that statement. First, I want to commend the New Dawn government for formally bringing the informal miners into the mainstream economy. I think this is what the champions of destruction, the PF, have failed for a very long time. Mr. Minister, I just want to find out, you keep mentioning about Kanyelele in Pika. Which other areas in Zambia are you targeting for this informal gold mining? Thank you.
The Acting Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Madam Speaker, I deliberately targeted Kanyelele because it was the specific area in question that we were responding to. But government's position is to address all areas in the country, like I said in my ministerial statement, that are affected in such sectors. What we just mentioned about Kanyelele is a generic approach that we are taking to the country. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Member for Ron.
Very much, Madam Speaker, and the Honorable Acting Minister of Mines, thanks very much for that sober statement. Honorable Minister Acting, this is not the first time that your minister has been caught in the web, of course citing Kasenseli as one of them, where your ministry had such challenges. What lessons has your ministry learned from Kanyelele illegal mining activities? What lessons in terms of are you trying to learn in terms of putting your ministry far ahead of such events? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Madam Speaker, indeed, learning is an ongoing process, and in every different circumstance we'll draw lessons. However, Madam Speaker, it is clear that Zambia as a country has been endowed with various minerals placed in different parts of this country, and the same people, locals we call illegal miners, are able to discover these resources. So the most important thing that we have drawn as a lesson from us is to engage into a comprehensive exploration and mapping of the entire country to understand the positions and how much resource we have as a country. And the Ministry of Mines has started to undertake that activity. I submit.
The Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this country is bleeding because of poor management of its resources, such as gold, which the Minister has just mentioned. And it's not only in Kasenseli, it's not only in Kanyerere, in Chifunda, in my constituents, people are killing each other. Isoka, there is almost wealth everywhere. Now, my point of clarification, Honorable Minister, before Zambians think of voting us back into office, is here we are, opposition. We are government in waiting.
The Honorable Member for Chama South will concentrate on the question.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, as opposition, we are government in waiting. What measures have you put in place, Honorable Minister, to immediately, and I mean immediately, start harnessing these resources that have been found at Kanyerere and many other parts of this country, to ensure that this country benefits from it, not individuals, but this nation that is currently struggling with a huge debt? I submit, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable, the Acting Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the past, we have witnessed where the small-scale miners, whom we refer to as illegal miners, who reside in the same respective areas, have been chased, sometimes even losing their lives when these resources have been found. My government has seen it fit that the same dwellers in those communities who have discovered these resources through conventional means must be brought on board and be part of the people that are working closely with government in a structured manner to benefit from their resources. Madam Speaker, even Kanyerere is a classic example. Like I said, 5 cooperatives have been brought on board to put them in a structured manner where they can benefit from this resource, as opposed to chasing them and killing them out of their own God-well-given resource. But to the aspect of now the generic benefit of the country, Madam Speaker, my ministry has started formalizing the sale of gold and other minerals in the country through the Zambia Gold Company that we have set up, where we are going to have an aggregation center for all gold in our country. In the past, gold has continued to leave the country illicitly, but this time, Madam Speaker, we want to enforce rules of origin. No gold should leave the country without accountability by the government of the Republic of Zambia. We should trace where it is being mined. We should aggregate how much we have in the country and how much revenue it is contributing. The Ministry of Mines is committed to making sure that this is done in the quickest possible time in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. There's an indication for a point of order. The Honorable Member for Chiengi, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Standing order number 65. We're supposed to be factual. The Honorable Member for Chama South, was he in order to mislead himself and the House that they're a government in waiting as the opposition, when we all know that there's no opposition at the moment? So which opposition was he referring to? I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much for the point of order. The Honorable Member for Chama South, he is still a PF member, and as far as we are concerned, the PF, they are in the opposition. Whether there are 2 or 3 groups, but we have an opposition called the PF. That is the largest opposition political party. So the honorable member for Chama South was actually not out of order because he's in the opposition. We make progress. The honorable member for Kwacha.
I'm grateful, Madam Speaker, to be allowed to ask a follow-up question to the Acting Minister of Mines. Honorable Minister, Zambia is blessed to have such minerals like gold. And this is one mineral, if allowed to operate, to be mined, can actually increase our economic base in the country. Now, my interest is on Kasenseli mine, which is another gold mine in Mwenlonga. Honorable Minister, kindly inform this House and the nation at large as to when exactly the operations for this mine will commence. Because this is one mine that at one point it started its operations, but then because of certain disturbances, it was closed. Now with the coming up of this new government, the UPND government, with good policies in the mines, when do you think Kasensele gold mine will be able to start operations? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honorable member for Kwacha, that question now is a new question asking about Kasenseli. The ministerial statement that was given by the Acting Minister of Mines and Minerals Development was specifically responding to a matter that was raised by the honorable member from Mpika about a mine in Mpika. That's where we should focus on. So I would advise the honorable member for Kwacha to come up with his own question. It's an important question. You can come up with a question, a separate question, that can be brought to the floor of the House. There's an indication for a point of order. Is it still there, the honorable member for Pambash?
Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The honorable member for Muchinga.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I think my question also will be ruled out because it was not concerned with the ministerial statement based on Mpika. It was something to do with syringe. I think I'll get guidance from how you have guided the colleague.
Thank you
Madam
so much
Speaker.
for that realization. The honorable member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, amidst great wealth, economic wealth.
All the honorable members, let's lower our voices.
Zambia is placed in a position of potential wealth. The short background, Madam Speaker, this country started with copper only as the main resource, mineral source, on which the government was depending to support the welfare and everything to do with this country. It was only copper. Now today, in addition to copper, we have a number of minerals. But Madam Speaker, what surprises me is that despite the increase in these mineral resources, the level of poverty is rising. Honorable Minister, what is it that will stop the government to perform the way UNIP used to perform? It offered to us, some of us were offered free education from the sale of that copper. The UNIP government supported sports from the sale of that copper. The UNIP government catered for everybody from the sale of that copper. Madam Speaker, why is it that today we have gold? Gold on the market right now is 64,000 plus dollars per kilogram of gold. Just one. Hey! You see, Madam Speaker, this is deliberate. Now, Honorable Minister, what is it? Which law stops the government to get organized such that through the mandate given to you by the people of Zambia, what law stops you from harnessing and putting your resources, organizing? Madam Speaker, you need just 500 million to $1 billion to open a mine. Within this, you are able to open up a mine. What is it that makes them fail? What is it, Honorable Minister, that makes you fail to harness the human resource in Zambia so that you come up with the solid that will produce the gold from the ground and drive away the poverty that people are talking about? What is it, Honorable Minister? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Though it's a general question, I will allow the Honorable, the Acting Minister of Mines and Minerals Development to respond.
Madam Speaker, I love the passion in the honorable member in querying why we should continue not to harness the wealth from the gold that we have discovered. Madam Speaker, if the honorable member and other colleagues paid particular attention to my ministerial statement and other responses I have made, we have come up, Madam Speaker, with a way now where we want to have a structured way of harnessing the potential from the wealth we have. Indeed, Madam Speaker, the discovery of gold and other precious minerals in our country should give an addition to the improvement of the living standards of our people. But in the past and currently, Madam Speaker, we had witnessed where there is no structured way of making these resources accounted for as we account for copper. Now, Madam Speaker, because gold and other minerals were mined normally in a very unstructured manner, but now government is getting involved and drafting a law on how gold, lithium, and other minerals must be mined within structured channels where they pay the right taxes and where they are identified. Madam Speaker, this had been happening in this country where so many resources, including Mukula and other things, were taken illicitly out of our country and government never paid particular attention. But this government, Madam Speaker, that's why it has even set up the Zambia Gold Resource, which will be responsible for taking stock of how much gold we have, who is mining it, and how much it is contributing to the wealth of this country. So for the satisfaction of the honorable member and the House, we are taking steps. Like I said earlier, Ministry of Mines, Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprises, and Ministry of Finance. We are setting up an aggregation center of where we understand how much gold we have. What can it contribute to the resource? And at the right time, soon, Madam Speaker, we will inform the nation and provide information on how much this will be contributing to our national wealth. Madam Speaker, I submit.
The Honorable Member from Pika.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for your statement. Madam Speaker, it's very sad that our people continue wallowing in abject poverty while foreigners come to get our resources with the aid of those entrusted with the responsibility. Madam Speaker, when gold was discovered in Kanyerere, in Mpika. We raised similar concerns, and the substantive Minister of Mines on the floor of the House promised that he would call for a meeting, a stakeholders meeting, to chart the way forward on the discovered resource. However, Madam Speaker, first and foremost, 2 companies have been licensed. One, a license covering 120,000 hectares of land. The other one, 130,000 hectares of land. And our people will be displaced from that land. Madam Speaker, Honorable Minister, why have you not engaged the traditional leadership in this process? Because even the youths that you have talked about, who have nowhere to do artisanal mining, because big companies of foreigners have been licensed on that land. Why have you not engaged the traditional leadership and also other stakeholders, including us, the elected members of Parliament? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Acting Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Madam Speaker, besides acting as Minister of Mines, I personally come from Mpika district. And much of the land we have in Mpika, Madam Speaker, is traditional land. Before it is even issued for government gazetting and everything, it must be sanctioned by the chiefs before government gets to act on it. So, Madam Speaker, if the chiefs were not involved or they did not sanction the offering of the land, there should even be a skip in the process. But, Madam Speaker, allow me for now to engage as Minister, Acting Minister, our chiefs, and even the Member of Parliament on how best we can make sure that nothing but the right process has been undertaken, where including the 5 cooperatives we've mentioned are not taken out of their rightfully endowed resource to benefit from. So, Madam Speaker, in due time, we'll get to respond after we engage our chiefs and all stakeholders on how best we can harness the full potential of this resource. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I'll get to the last 2, the Honorable Member for Zambezi East and the Honorable Member for Matero. In that order.
Madam Speaker, I sincerely thank you for the opportunity. Madam Speaker, through you, I would like to find out from the Honorable Minister what the bottlenecks are really in the whole of this process. Madam Speaker, as players in this economy, we are frontline people who get feedback from the public. And the trend has continued. We'd like to give this feedback to the executive. There is assertions from our people that we seem to be so elaborate and good at processes and administrative processes to coming up with laws and the like, which are never benefiting the people. Those are the assertions. I'm giving you feedback. So I'd like you to comment because you sit in cabinet and make these decisions. Now, these assertions are actually now becoming a trend. From the Kasenseli issue, we have the Mopani issue, we have the KCM issue, and so on. So everything to do about mining at the moment is still work in progress. Now we are at the Kanyerele issue. Why is it that everything is work in progress? And the feedback we are getting from you is simply, no, these laws are now being made and the like, and people are still wallowing in poverty. And the dollar versus the kwacha is now getting sour because production is affected. And these are the resources we are supposed to get that forex from. So what is it that you can maybe tell us as representatives of the people to give this hope to the people that their government is actually doing something, and very soon they will see production which will help the people's lives to improve, other than it remaining a story? I submit, Madam Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Madam Speaker, sometimes it becomes to be a lamentable situation to respond to certain assertions by the members of the House. Madam Speaker, for the honorable member, I respect very much, and I try to answer this in the most sober way that I possibly can. to claim that everything is working in progress, nothing is tangible happening, is such a very, very lamentable assertion. He mentioned case here, Madam Speaker, indeed, irrespective of its legal entanglements, KCM has been resolved. Talking of the aspect of Mopani, Madam Speaker, government through the Ministry of Mines and Ministry of Finance, who are co-chairing the resolution of Mopani, have been transparent and informing the nation, and in due time, soon actually, Madam Speaker, this announcement will be made. Madam Speaker, it's not just work in progress. It is resolutions coupled with action, Madam Speaker. In the past, the honorable member can stand and challenge. Did we ever see in the gold sector and other minerals where, like I cited on this floor of the House, that in Kanyerere we have now even given cooperatives the right to have access to the mineral? In the past, it was chasing and shooting. But today, the honorable member, my dear brother, Honorable Kapianga, even cited to say even the cooperatives that have been given may find a challenge. In as much as, Madam Speaker, there would need to be clarity on the scale of land that has been given. Indeed, Madam Speaker, now the mining licenses has been offered like it has never been done before. Madam Speaker, it is not just work in progress, it is not just talk, but it is coupled with action. But indeed, to see results coming out of this, Madam Speaker, with investment of this scale, it does not happen overnight. But with time, Madam Speaker, continuous engagement with the public and the local players, Madam Speaker, resources will be equitably shared among the public. So, Madam Speaker, allow me to say that we are committed to resolving these problems and challenges coupled with action as it is being done right now. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Matero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to wish a quick recovery to the leader of opposition who's not feeling well, Honorable Chavinga. I wish him a quick recovery. Madam Speaker and Honorable Acting Minister of Mines, Mlenga Chipoka, your response on Kanyerere mine in Mpika, where I happen to have my parents come from, your response and the intention of government is very good. It needs to be secured wherever gold is found. You have foreigners that come in and hijack the locals trying to get the gold. My question, Honorable Acting Minister, is on the implementation. We've seen this before, where government means well, where gold has been found. A good example is Kansenseli. Even there, this government moved in to secure the asset gold from foreigners. But it's taken 2 years so far, no implementation. We hear day in, day out, Honorable Samakai lamenting here, Kansenseli. At the Pan-African Parliament, actually, we call him Honorable Kasenseli because he brings that up. My question is, Honorable Minister, why is it that in Zambia, wherever gold is found, gold is one of the most precious metals, the most expensive. Wherever gold is found, instead of the people there becoming wealthy from what God has given them under, what we see is escalation in chaos and increase in poverty. Why is it that wherever in Zambia gold has been found, in Mwinilunga, Kasenseli, people have remained poor. In Petauke, there is gold, they are one of the poorest. In Mpika, gold is found, still they are likely to remain poorer. Why is it like that in Zambia? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before the Honorable Minister comes in, I hope you won't forget the question. The Honorable Member for Lunte, you've got a point of order. What is your point of order?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for according me this opportunity to raise a point of order on the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kalabo Central, Mr. Chinga Miutu. And Madam Speaker, the point of order is based on order number 65, which requires that what a member tenders as discourse on the floor of the House must be verifiable. Madam Speaker, Mr. Miutu has lamented tremendously that government is failing to organize itself. that government is failing to organize human resources in order to exploit resources. Madam Speaker, is it in order to indicate, and I say so particularly because it's from UPND, is it in order to state that UPND government is disorganized when the president of the UPND, the Minister of Finance in the UPND, have been standing on the floor of the House and saying they are meticulous, they are methodical. Madam, so it's honorable Mewtwo in order to state that this government is disorganized. I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
The honorable member, order. Order, honorable members. The honorable members are not guided as to what questions. Of course, we tell them to be focused on the question on the floor, but the way they rephrase their questions, we have no control of that. We don't know what they are thinking at that time. So for the presiding officer to come in and say something about how the honorable member raised his question is very difficult. So in his own capacity, as the honorable member for Kalabo Central, in his own thinking, he was not out of order. Because he was asking a question that he felt fit for himself, not that it belongs to the ruling party or from the opposition. The question was coming straight from the honorable member for Kalabo Central. So he was not out of order. The Honorable, the Acting Minister of Mines and Minerals Development, you can respond to the last question.
Thank you to the Honorable Member and President of the Patriotic Front, Honorable Mao Sampa, for the concern raised. For the concern raised regarding the situation in Kanyelele in Impika district. Madam Speaker, like I said, that I outlined a lot of facilities we are putting in place as a ministry to make sure that we are doing it in a structured way. However, it is important I respond to a question which is said, why is it taking time to implement these processes? Madam Speaker, sometimes this is the cost of democracy. Because before any pronouncement is made, there should be wide stakeholder engagement, Madam Speaker. We have engaged the local communities. My brother, the Honorable Member from Pika, insists that we should also engage the chiefs. We should engage many stakeholders in this process, and we are doing it. Madam Speaker, if it was not the cost of democracy, the pronouncement of His Excellency could have been just implemented on the actual day of his inauguration. However, Madam Speaker, we respect the tenets of the rule of law and democracy to follow through due process so that we implement these processes. But Madam Speaker, I need to make one point with clarity. Our government is committed to making sure that Zambians first get a benefit from their endowed resources. It's a more reason, Madam Speaker, that I mentioned emphatically in my statement that foreign nationals who have been coming, Madam Speaker, to have access to the gold must be gotten rid of and first give a preference to the Zambian nationals. Madam Speaker, in mentioning the aspect of the same mines that was talked about earlier, KCM and Mopani, my ministry, Madam Speaker, in collaboration, Ministry of Commerce and Mines, in responding to the call of the President of positive discrimination, we are taking a motion to the Cabinet on how first tenders in contracts and services must be provided as a preserve for the Zambian nationals before we give it to the others. Madam Speaker, if this is done in the quickest possible time, an announcement will be made, Madam Speaker, on how we want Zambians to benefit first from their resources. Mr. President and Honorable Member, Honorable Mao Sampa, we can assure you we'll be implementing it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank
President
you.
Mao Sampa.
Thank you. We make progress. Question for oral answer, understanding order 74. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 152.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Honorable Chinga Miutu, Member of Parliament for Kalabo Central Constituency, asked the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security the following questions. A, what the rationale for renaming Zambia Prison Service as Zambia Correctional Service was, and B, whether the Zambia Correctional Service has been achieving its institutional mandate. Madam Speaker, in responding to the questions asked by the Honourable Member of Parliament, I wish to inform the House as follows. A, the Zambia Correctional Service is established under Article 193 of the Constitution of Zambia Amendment Act Number 2 of 2016, where it is mandated to manage, regulate, and ensure the security of prisons and correctional centers. The Zambia Prison Service changed its name to Zambia Correctional Service to be in tandem with the Constitution and to reflect the expanded institutional mandate from merely punishing offenders to correcting them. Before the change of the name, the Prison Service, as it was then called, was operating as a punitive institution for offenders. The punitive system placed emphasis on punishment rather than reformation and correction of offenders. The current best practice is to focus on correction and rehabilitation of inmates. The change of name in the Constitution and the expansion of mandate necessitated the name change from prisons to corrections. Punishment of offenders is the incarceration itself, while rehabilitation and reformation of inmates is through various rehabilitation and reformation programs in form of counseling, education, and skills training programs. B, to ensure rehabilitation and reformation of offenders, the service is currently implementing various rehabilitation and reformation programs. The programs are in form of counseling, education, and skills training. The ultimate goal for rehabilitation of inmates is social reintegration. In this regard, the service has been undertaking various programs to facilitate reintegration of inmates. The programs include sensitization of communities against the discrimination of ex-inmates, restorative justice, job placement, and empowerment through cooperatives and provision of individual startup packs. Madam Speaker, through the Zambia Correctional Service 2023 budget, 1 million kwacha has been set aside for provision of startup packs to ex-inmates in order to enable them reintegrate into society as productive and law-abiding citizens. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Supplementary questions? The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wanted to find out on the monitoring and evaluation of the inmates, the ex-inmates or the ex-convicts, those who have been released, to align with the correction mandate. Does the government have any mechanism of checking on the ex-inmates on how they are performing in the communities where they have been contained? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Yes, Madam. The Honorable Member of Parliament may be aware that currently we have actualized the provisions of the Zambia Correctional Service by ensuring that the payroll system starts to work. You may have noticed that in this year's budget,
The honorable members order, the honorable members near the door there, please, if you want to caucus, leave the chamber. Can we have order? The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs will continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was indicating that the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kalabo Central may be aware that in the current budget, we have made a substantive provision for the parole system to work. We have assigned officers to start making follow-ups pertaining to officers who have been released from our facilities to ensure that there is no recidivism that will happen. We know that there have been challenges in the past. We hope that as we progress, the work will be done smoothly. We also want to inform the House and the nation that the parole board is currently working and ensuring that the parole system works, Madam. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Lukulu East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, following the change of name, have you noticed, or has the Correctional Service, are you in order or in a position to indicate whether there is now reduced incidents or cases of recidivism? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can confirm that there is a reduction, Madam Speaker. The reduction can be attributed to the support which we are currently providing to ex-inmates. For ex-inmates in the various provinces, we have asked them to form cooperatives which the government is supporting, apart from the startup packs which we are providing. In the past, those who were released, they were not finding support in the community. As a result, recidivism was very prevalent. They wanted to go back so that the government can continue providing for them.
The Honorable Member for Chimwemwe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, Correctional Service is supposed to provide humane custody and quality service. Honorable Minister, are you aware that the inmates are fed only once a day and they're given shima at 10 hours and relish at between 2 and 3 p.m.? Honorable Minister, that is actually punishing them. And when they come out, they will not come out as corrected prisoners, but they will be punished just like in the old system. Therefore, my question is, do you have any plans, looking at now this is a budget session, to take advantage and perhaps increase the allocation so that perhaps we could change their eating habits? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to dispute the assertion and want to state that currently prisoners are being given 3 meals per day, something which was not happening in the past. That was due to the fact that in the past, the budgetary allocation was very low. If you check the budgetary allocation from last year, 2022 to 2023, the budgetary allocation has been increased by, in certain instances, by more than 300%. And currently, we have been giving contracts to a number of citizens to provide rice, Madam Speaker, to provide sugar, and other necessities for our brothers and sisters who have found themselves against the law. The situation has improved, but obviously, it will not be the same as that is currently obtaining in a number of homes in our environment. But we are improving, and we keep on improving.
The Honorable Member for Chiengi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, through you, would like the people of Chiengi and the nation at large would like to find out. Now is that prisons are going to be called correctional services. Has this government got any plans whatsoever to come up with skill centers that will really correct the behavior of these people who are being, they're not prisoners. In Zambia here, they're not prisoners, only they're called detainees. Madam Speaker, I would like to find out what kind of skills that this government has put in place. We can keep people, change the name, but what kind of skills that these places are going to have? For example, in South Africa, Madam Speaker, people come out, they are hairdressers, they are this and that, they are this and that. Now, that's correction. So what kind of correction are we going to give to these detainees? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to inform this House and the nation that currently we have more than 243 qualified teachers who are assigned in various correctional facilities. They are providing tuition and skills to various inmates. After they have been trained, the inmates are being examined by the Zambia Examinations Council and TEVETA. A number of them have been given TEVETA certificates and GCE certificates. We have a few, Madam Speaker, who have graduated from the University of Zambia through the same arrangement. And after graduating and they have been released from prison, we have been finding ways of finding jobs for these people so that they can give an example to others that it pays to have skills and education in the various training institutions that is under the correctional service.
The Honorable Member for Shangombo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, arising from your response that some have even qualified to the University of Zambia, don't you think some people might commit crime deliberately so they go and get bursary in prisons? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
I tend to think, Madam Speaker, that was on a light note. I am aware that the government of the Republic of Zambia currently is providing free education from grade 1 up to grade 12. And then there are other facilities, bursaries that are being provided to members of the public who are outside prison. It will not pay for anyone to get into prison in order to get education.
The last member, the Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, looking at the question and looking at the people we have in these correction facilities, through you, Minister, we have a lot of qualified personnel in these prisons. And basically for me, it's not really a question, it's a request. Is it possible that you can come up with a SI where we can start, I know you're engaging them to construct palaces, but we can also do more by engaging them to do these other things as desk and these things, so that when they come out of these prisons with the police of CDF, because some of them, they are innocent, just the way the law is. When they come out of those prisons, those who show remorse and expertise, we go out our ways and give them some grants or loans from CDF and see to it that they start operating at a bit, so that they are not excluded from the society. That is my appeal to. Is that possible that it can happen? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the proposal by my honorable colleague is welcome, although I can safely say that there is no need for us to come up with a statutory instrument. Various constituency committees can make available funds to these men and women who found themselves in situations where they get incarcerated by providing funds for them once they are released. There's no need for a statutory instrument. Thank you.
The clerk will now read the orders of the day.
The Defense Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023. Second reading.
The Acting Minister of Defense.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Any debate? The Acting Minister of Defense.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on 24th May 2022, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zambia and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Force, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, pledged to abolish the death penalty in Zambia and work with the National Assembly to end this cruel, inhuman, and degrading punishment. We can all agree that the use of the death penalty is incompatible with the fundamental human rights and dignity as enshrined in our Constitution. Further, on 23rd December 2022, the President fulfilled his pledge of abolishing the death penalty when he signed into law the Penal Code Amendment Act of 2022 and the Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Act of 2022, which repealed all provisions in the Penal Code and the Criminal Procedure Code that provided for the mandatory death sentence in the absence of extenuating circumstances. Quite obviously, this did not repeal all death penalty provisions in the Zambian statute books, such as those contained in the Defense Act, Chapter 106. For example, a military person found guilty by a court-martial for the offense of aiding an enemy under Section 29 of the Defense Act is liable to suffer death. The same applies to the offense of communication with the enemy pursuant to Section 30 of the Defense Act. Mutiny under Section 36 of the Defense Act and failure to suppress mutiny, Section 37 of the Defense Act. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? The chairperson of the Committee on National Security and Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Member for Kaoma Central.
Madam Speaker, the committee, that is your Committee on National Security and Foreign Affairs, was tasked to scrutinize the Defense Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill, number 12 of 2023. In order to appreciate the ramifications of the bill, the committee sought both written and oral submissions from stakeholders. Madam Speaker, the bill seeks to amend the Defense Act, Cap 106 of the laws of Zambia in order to replace the death penalty with life imprisonment. Madam, the Defense Act provides for a person subject to military law to be sentenced to, among other sentences, the death penalty for certain military offenses. However, Madam Speaker, the death penalty is inhuman, degrading, and does not conform to fundamental human rights to life and dignity as enshrined in the Constitution, Cap 1 of the laws of Zambia. Madam Speaker, following the enactment of the Penal Code Amendment Act number 23 of 2022 and the Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Act number 22 of 2023 to remove provisions relating to the death penalty, there is need, therefore, to amend the Defense Act so that it can be aligned with the Penal Code and the Criminal Procedure Code. This will also align the Defense Act with the abolishment of the death penalty in Zambia. In this regard, the maximum sentence for a person subject to military law will be life imprisonment. Madam Speaker, let me state that the committee is in support of the bill. Similarly, all the stakeholders who appeared before the committee supported the proposed amendments. Madam Speaker, the committee observes that the death penalty consists of an act of torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading punishment or treatment that is prohibited under Article 15 of the Constitution of Zambia, as well as international and regional human rights law. Madam Speaker, the committee notes that the bill has progressive amendments and has not received any negative concerns. In this regard, therefore, the committee strongly recommends that this House should unanimously support the Defense Act Amendment Bill number 12 of 2023 to align it to the national law. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, allow me to render my sincere gratitude to you, the Clerk of the National Assembly, and his staff for the guidance and support services rendered to the committee throughout its deliberations. I also wish to place on record the appreciation of the committee to all stakeholders who made submission to the committee with regard to the bill. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Any further debate? I see none. The Acting Minister of Defense, wind up debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to place on record my appreciation to the chairperson of the Defense Committee, Honorable Stwala, for supporting the amendment, but also for indicating the support that the proposal received from all the witnesses who appeared before his committee. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I put the question. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Let the bill be read a second time.
The Defense Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023.
Committee stage to be taken when? The Acting Minister of Defense.
Tuesday, Madam Speaker. Tuesday next week.
Committee stage to be taken on Tuesday next week. Next order.
The Trademarks Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2023, committee stage.
The House will now resolve into committee.
The Trademarks Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2023. Clause 1, short title. Any debate on any objection? Clause 1 is agreed to. Clause 2, interpretation. Any debate, any objection?
Clause 2 is agreed to. Clause 3, application. The question is that Clause 3 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
I beg to move that Clause 3 be amended with words as circulated.
The question is that Clause 3 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate? Any objection? Amendment is agreed to. Clause 3 as amended. Any further debate? I see none. I put a question. The question is that Clause 3 as amended stands part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 3 as amended is ordered to stand as part of the bill. Clause 4, application for registration of trademarks. Any debate, any objection? Clause 4 is agreed to. Clause 5, joint application. Any debate, any objection? Clause 5 is agreed to. Clause 6, series application. Any debate, any objection? Clause 6 is agreed to. Clause 7, period of completion of application for registration. Any debate, any objection? Clause 7 is agreed to. Clause 8, commencement of applicant's right. Any debate, any objection? Clause 8 is agreed to. Clause 9, classification of goods or service. Any debate, any objection? Clause 9 is agreed to. Clause 10, single application for multiple classes. Any debate, any objection? Clause 10 is agreed to. Clause 11, division of application. Any debate, any objection? Clause 11 is agreed to. Clause 12, filling date of application. Any debate, any objection? Clause 12 is agreed to. Clause 13, priority of application for registration of identical or similar trademark. The question is that Clause 13 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Mr. Chairperson, I beg to move that Clause 13 be amended with words as circulated. I submit.
The question is that Clause 13 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate? Any objection? Amendment is agreed to. Clause 13 as amended. Any further debate? I see none. I put the question. The question is that Clause 13 as amended stands as part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 13 as amended is ordered to stand as part of the bill. Clause 14, priority claim. Any debate, any objection? Clause 14 is agreed to. Clause 15, formality examination of application. Any debate, any objection? Clause 15 is agreed to. Clause 16, substantive examination of application. Any debate, any objection? Clause 16 is agreed to. Clause 17, publication of acceptance of application. Any debate, any objection? Clause 17 is agreed to. Clause 18, withdrawal of application or restriction of goods or services covered by the application for the registration of trademark. Any debate, any objection? Clause 18 is agreed to. Clause 19, opposition to registration of trademark. Any debate, any objection? Clause 19 is agreed to. Clause 20, ground of opposition. Any debate, any objection? Clause 20 is agreed to. Clause 21, counter statement to notice of opposition. Any debate, any objection? Clause 21 is agreed to. Clause 22, evidence in reply of application for registration of trademark. Any debate, any objection? Clause 22 is agreed to. Clause 23, hearing. Any debate, any objection? Clause 23 is agreed to. Clause 24, dismissal of notice of opposition. Any debate, any objection? Clause 24 is agreed to. Clause 25, registration of trade. Any debate, any objection? Clause 25 is agreed to. Clause 26, date of registration. Any debate, any objection? Clause 26 is agreed to. 27, disclaimer of part of trademark. Any debate, any objection? Clause 27 is agreed to. Clause 28, disclaimer on grounds of public interest. Any debate, any objection, clause 20 is agreed to. Clause 21, registration of separate trademarks. Any debate, any objection, clause 29 is agreed to. Clause 30, registration of series of trademarks. Any debate, any objection, clause 30 is agreed to. Clause 31, registration of trademark as associated trademark. Any debate, any objection, clause 31 is agreed to. Clause 32, non-registrable words. Any debate, any objection, clause 32 is agreed to. Clause 33, trademark containing name of a known person. Any debate, any objection, clause 33 is agreed to. Clause 34, honest concurrent use. Any debate, any objection, clause 34 is agreed to. Clause 35, registration of trademarks containing representation of national symbol. Any debate, any objection, clause 35 is agreed to. Clause 36, registration of trademark containing flag, embryo, bearings, or official signs of convention country. Any debate, any objection, clause 36 is agreed to. Clause 37, registration of trademark containing embryo, bearings, flag, or other symbols of international organization. Any debate, any objection, clause 37 is agreed to. Clause 38, embryos, official signs, or hallmarks protected under the Paris Convention or TRIPS agreement. Any debate, any objection, clause 38 is agreed to. Clause 39, limitation of trademark to particular colors. Any debate, any objection, clause 39 is agreed to. Clause 40, prohibition of registration of names of chemical elements or international non-proprietary names. Any debate, any objection, clause 40 is agreed to. Clause 41, absolute grounds for refusal to register marks as trademarks. Any debate, any objection, clause 41 is agreed to. Clause 42, relative grounds for refusal of registration. Any debate, any objection, clause 42 is agreed to. Clause 43, validity of registration of trademarks. Any debate, any objection, clause 43 is agreed to. Clause 44, renewal of registration of trademark and notice of expiry. Any debate, any objection, clause 44 is agreed to. Clause 45, variation of registration. Any debate, any objection, clause 45 is agreed to. Clause 46, orientation of registered trademarks. Any debate, any objection, clause 46 is agreed to. Clause 47, cancellation of registered trademark. Any debate, any objection, clause 47 is agreed to. Clause 48, removal of trademark from register. Any debate, any objection, clause 48 is agreed to. Clause 49, acquaintances in use of trademark. Any debate, any objection, clause 49 is agreed to. Clause 50, rights conferred by registration of trademark. Any debate, any objection, clause 50 is agreed to. Clause 51, protection of well-known trademark. Any debate, any objection, clause 51 is agreed to. Clause 52, rights of proprietor in infringement proceedings. Any debate, any objection, clause 52 is agreed to. Clause 53, protection of vested interest. Any debate, any objection, clause 52 is agreed to. Clause 54, use of trademark as description of article, substance, or service. The question is that clause 54 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 54 be amended with words as circulated. I submit.
The question is that clause 54 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate, any objection? The amendment is agreed to. Clause 54 as amended. Any further debate? I see none. I put the question. The question is that 54 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 54 as amended is ordered to stand as part of the bill. Did we eat lunch? Oh, all right, okay. Clause 55 registered trademark as property. Any debate, any objection? Clause 55 is agreed to. Clause 56, transfer of trademark. Any objection? Any debate, any objection? Clause 56 is agreed to. Clause 57, restriction transfer of trademark. Any debate, any objection? Clause 57 is agreed to. Clause 58, transfer or transmission of associated trademarks. Any debate, any objection? Clause 58 is agreed to. Clause 59, permitted use. Any debate, any objection? Clause 59 is agreed to. Clause 60, registration of license. Any debate, any objection? Clause 60 is agreed to. Clause 61, variation of registration of license. Any debate, any objection? Clause 61 is agreed to. Clause 62, cancellation of registration of license. Any debate, any objection? Clause 62 is agreed to. Clause 63, prohibition of transfer or transmission of trademark. Any debate, any objection? Clause 63 is agreed to. Clause 64, infringement of registered trademark. Any debate, any objection? Clause 64 is agreed to. Clause 65, infringing acts. Any debate, any objection? Clause 65 is agreed to. Clause 66, exemption to infringement. Any debate, any objection? Clause 66 is agreed to. Clause 67, exception in relation to advertising. Any debate, any objection? Clause 67 is agreed. Clause 69, exertion of rights. Any debate, any objection? Clause 68 is agreed to. Clause 69, commencement of infringement proceedings. Any debate, any objection? Clause 69 is agreed to. Clause 70, request by license for commencement of infringement proceedings. Any debate, any objection? Clause 70 is agreed to. Clause 71, groundless threats of infringement proceedings. Any debate, any objection? Clause 71 is agreed to. Clause 72, remedies for infringement. Any debate, any objection? Clause 72 is agreed to. Clause 73, order for delivery up. Any debate, any objection? Clause 70 is agreed to. Clause 74, order for disposal. Any debate, any objection? Clause 74 is agreed to. Clause 75, provisional measures. Any debate, any objection? Clause 75 is agreed to. Clause 76, application of act to collective marks. Any debate, any objection? Clause 76 is agreed to. Clause 77, application for registration of collective marks. Any debate, any objection? Clause 77 is agreed to. Clause 78, inspection of rules for collection mark. Any debate, any objection? Clause 70 is agreed to. Clause 79, amendment of rules for collective mark. Any debate, any objection? Clause 79 is agreed to. Clause 80, non-transfer or transmission of collective mark. Any debate, any objection? Clause 80 is agreed to. Clause 81, grounds for revocation of registration of collective mark. Any debate, any objection? Clause 81 is agreed to. Clause 82, infringement proceedings. Any debate, any objection? Clause 82 is agreed to. Clause 83, application of acts to certification marks. Any debate, any objection? Clause 83 is agreed to. Clause 84, application for registration of certification mark. Any debate, any objection? Clause 84 is agreed to. Clause 85, inspection of rules for certification mark. Any debate, any objection? Clause 85 is agreed to. Clause 86, amendment of rules for certification mark. Any debate, any objection? Clause 86 is agreed to. Clause 87, restriction on application for certification. Any debate, any objection? Clause 87 is agreed to. Clause 88, registrar consent to transfer certification mark. Any debate, any objection? Clause 8 is agreed to. Clause 89, authorized use of certification mark. Any debate, any objection? Clause 89 is agreed to. Clause 90, rights of authorized user in relation to infringement of certification mark. Any debate, any objection? Clause 90 is agreed to. Clause 91, acts not constituting infringement of certification mark. The question is that Clause 91 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 91 be amended with words as circulated. I submit.
The question is that clause 91 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate, any objection? The amendment is agreed to. Clause 91 as amended. Any further debate? I see none. I put the question. The question is that clause 91 as amended stands part of the bill. As many are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 91 as amended is ordered to stand as part of the bill. Clause 92, cancellation of registration of certification. Mark, any debate, any objection? Clause 92 is agreed to. Clause 93, variation of rules governing certification. Mark, any debate, any objection? Clause 93 is agreed to. Clause 94, infringement proceedings of certification. Mark. The question is that clause 94 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 94 be amended with words as circulated.
The question is that clause 94 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate, any objection? The amendment is agreed to. Clause 94 as amended. Any further debate? I see none. I put a question. The question is that clause 94 as amended stands part of the bill. As many are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 94 as amended is ordered to stand as part of the bill. Clause 95, protection of registered geographical indication. Any debate, any objection? Clause 95 is agreed to. Clause 96, geographical indication excluded from protection. Any debate, any objection? Clause 96 is agreed to. Clause 97, application for registration of geographical indication. Any debate, any objection? Clause 97 is agreed to. Clause 98, harmonious geographical indication for wines. Any debate, any objection? The question, clause 98 is agreed to. Clause 99, examination of application and publication of acceptance of geographical indication. Any debate, any objection? Clause 99 is agreed to. Clause 100, opposition to registration. Any debate, any objection? Clause 100 is agreed to. Clause 101, registration of geographical indication. Any debate, any objection? Clause 101 is agreed to. Clause 102, right to use. Any debate, any objection? Clause 101 is agreed to. Clause 103, validity and renewal of registered geographical indication. Any debate, any objection? Clause 103 is agreed to. Clause 104, unlawful use of geographical indication. Any debate, any objection? Clause 104 is agreed to. Clause 105, seizure in case of unlawful marking with geographical indication. Any debate, any objection? Clause 105 is agreed to. Clause 106, transfer of registered geographical indication. Any debate, any objection? Clause 106 is agreed to. Clause 107, exemptions regarding trial and other users. Any debate, any objection? Clause 104 is agreed to. Clause 108, cancellation of registration of geographical indication. Any debate, any objection? Clause 108 is agreed to. Clause 109, notice for border measures. The question is that clause 109 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 109 be amended with words as circulated. I submit.
The question is that clause 101 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate, any objection? The amendment is agreed to. Clause 109 as amended. Any further debate? I see none. I put the question. The question is that clause 109 as amended stands part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 109 as amended is ordered to stand as part of the bill. Clause 110, notice of seizure. The question is that clause 110 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 110 be amended with words as circulated. I submit.
The question is that clause 110 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate and objection? Amendment is agreed to. Clause 110 as amended. Any further debate? I still none. I put the question. The question is that clause 110 as amended stands part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 110 as amended is ordered to stand as part of the bill. Clause 111, inspection and release of seized goods. The question is that clause 111 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 111 be amended with words as circulated.
The question is that clause 111 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate and objection? The amendment is agreed to. Clause 111 as amended. Any further debate? I see none. I put the question. The question is that clause 111 as amended stands part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 111 as amended is ordered to stand as part of the bill. Clause 112, forfeiture of seized goods by consent. The question is that clause 112 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 112 be amended with words as circulated.
The question is that clause 112 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate and objection? Amendment is agreed to. Clause 112 as amended. Any further debate? I see none. I put the question. The question is that clause 112 as amended stands part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 112 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 111, release of seized goods and compensation to the importer. The question is that clause 113 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 113 be amended with words as circulated.
The question is that clause 113 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate and objection? Amendment is agreed to. Clause 113 as amended. Any further debate? I see none. I put the question. The question is that clause 113 as amended stands part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 113 as amended is ordered to stand as part of the bill. Clause 114, holding out as trademark agent. Any debate, any objection? Clause 114 is agreed to. Clause 115, prohibition of establishment of business without registration. Any debate, any objection? Clause 115 is agreed to. Clause 116, registration as trademark agent. Any debate, any objection? Clause 116 is agreed to. Clause 117, renewal of trademark agent's certificate. Any debate, any objection? Clause 117 is agreed to. Clause 118, functions of trademark agent. Any debate, any objection? Clause 118 is agreed to. Clause 118, register of trademark agents. Any debate, any objection? Clause 119 is agreed to. Clause 120, cancellation of trademarks agent certificate. Any debate, any objection? Clause 120 is agreed to. Clause 121, restoration of trademarks agent certificate. Any debate, any objection? Clause 121 is agreed to. Clause 122, counterfeiting trademark. Any debate, any objection? Clause 122 is agreed to. Clause 123, falsely applying a registered trademark to goods or service. Any debate, any objection? Clause 123 is agreed to. Clause 124, marking or possessing of infringing article. Any debate, any objection? Clause 124 is agreed to. Clause 125, importing or selling goods with falsely applied trademark. Any debate, any objection? Clause 125 is agreed to. Clause 126, unauthorized reproduction of registered trademark. Any debate, any objection? Clause 126 is agreed to. Clause 127, falsification of entries in register. Any debate, any objection? Clause 127 is agreed to. Clause 128, altering of documents. Any debate, any objection? Clause 128 is agreed to. Clause 129, deceiving registrar or officer with false statement. Any debate, any objection? Clause 129 is agreed to. Clause 130, false representation about agency. Any debate, any objection? Clause 130 is agreed to. Clause 131, general offenses. Any debate, any objection? Clause 131 is agreed to. Clause 132, arrears and inspection. Any debate, any objection? Clause 132 is agreed to. Clause 133, register of trademarks and geographical indication. Any debate, any objection? Clause 133 is agreed to. Clause 134, evidence of certain entries and documents. Any debate, any objection? Clause 134 is agreed to. Clause 135, ratification of register. Any debate, any objection? Clause 135 is agreed to. Clause 136, amendment of register for adaptation of classification. Any debate, any objection? Clause 136 is agreed to. Clause 137, intellectual property journal. Any debate, any objection? Clause 137 is agreed to. Clause 138, correction of error in document. Any objection? Any debate, any objection? Clause 138 is agreed to. Clause 139, service of documents by registrar. Any debate, any objection? Clause 139 is agreed to. Clause 140, feeding and service of documents on registrar. Any debate, any objection? Clause 140 is agreed to. Clause 141, preliminary evidence and search. Any debate, any debate, any objection? Clause 141 is agreed to. Clause 142, request for information. Any debate, any objection? Clause 142 is agreed to. Clause 143, powers of registrar in proceedings. Any debate, any objection? Clause 143 is agreed to. Clause 144, registrar not bound by rules of evidence. Any debate, any objection? Clause 144 is agreed to. Clause 145, power of registrar to determine time and place of sitting. Any debate, any objection? Clause 145 is agreed to. Clause 146, extension of time. Any debate, any objection? Clause 146 is agreed to. Clause 147, appeal against decision of registrar. Any debate, any objection? Clause 147 is agreed to. Clause 148, registrar to act as soon as possible, practicable. Any debate, any objection? Clause 148 is agreed to. Clause 149, duplicate certificate. Any debate, any objection? Clause 149 is agreed to. Clause 150, forfeiture and confiscation orders. Act number 19 of 2010. Any debate, any objection? Clause 150 is agreed to. Clause 151, administrative penalty. Any debate, any objection? Clause 151 is agreed to. Clause 152, general penalty. Any debate, any objection? Clause 152 is agreed to. Clause 153, offenses by principal officer, shareholder or partner or body corporate or incorporated board. Any debate, any objection? Clause 153 is agreed to. Clause 154, regulations to give effect to Madrid Protocol. Any debate, any objection? Clause 154 is agreed to. Clause 155, regulations. Any debate, any objection? Clause 155 is agreed to. Clause 156, repeal of 401 and saving and transitional provisions. Any debate, any objection? Clause 156 is agreed to. Schedule on page 75. Any debate, any objection? Schedule on page 75 is agreed to. Long title. Any debate, any objection? Long title is agreed to. The bill will be reported to the House as having passed through the committee with amendments. Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the committee of the whole House has gone through the Trademarks bill.
With amendments. With amendments.
It has. I think I was faster than my head.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the committee of the whole House has gone through the Trademark Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2023 with amendments.
Day for consideration of the report.
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Consideration of the report to be taken tomorrow. Next order.
The Competition and Consumer Protection Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2023, report stage.
The Honorable Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report of the committee be adopted.
As no notice has been received of any further amendment, is it your will that the report of the committee be adopted? Any objection? I see none. Report adopted. Day for third reading.
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Third reading of the bill to be taken tomorrow. Next order.
The Zambia Institute of Marketing Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2023, third reading.
The Honorable Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be now read the third time.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. Let the bill be read the third time.
The Zambia Institute of Marketing Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2023.
Next order.
Estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure, Committee of Supply, resumption of committee work.
The House will now resolve into committee.
When the business was interrupted on Friday, 24th November 2023, the Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2024 to 31st December 2024, presented to the National Assembly in September 2023, was considering Head 44, Ministry of Labor and Social Security, and the Honorable Minister was winding up debate. May the Honorable Minister continue.
Chairperson,
I just want to thank the honorable members, Chairman North, Kaflafuta, Mwembeshi, Chairman South, and also assure this august House that all the matters that are raised are being attended to, and to assure them that, to assure the honorable members and the nation that we have a transformist government that is taking fundamental measures that will see our labor market stabilize to standards only comparable to way beyond the oceans. I thank you.
Head 44, Ministry of Labor and Social Security, head total 99,714,324. Any debate, any objection? I see none. I put the question. The question is that head 44, Ministry of Labor and Social Security, head total 99,714,324 stands part of the estimate. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Of the contrary, say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 44, Ministry of Labor and Social Security, head total 99,714,324 is ordered to stand as part of the estimate. We move to head 52, Ministry of Water, Development and Sanitation. Order. As the time is 16:40 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for a health break.
Well, thank you very much for still being with us on Parliament Television. The House has taken a 20 minutes health break.
Yes, indeed, Pauline, and the House has taken a 20 minutes health break. And I just remind our viewers that when business resumed this afternoon at 14:30 hours, Madam First Deputy Speaker did make an announcement in which she did recognize the presence in the Speaker's gallery of the following staff from the Senate of Kenya. They are as follows: Mr. Stephen Kigonyo, Principal Clerk Assistant Leader of Delegation; Mr. Charles Ngatia, Clerk Assistant; Mr. Victor Betty, Clerk Assistant 1; Mr. David Barasa, Assistant Sergeant at Arms; and Mr. Ibrahim Odingo, Assistant Sergeant at Arms. And on behalf of the National Assembly, Madam First Deputy Speaker did welcome the guests to the National Assembly.
Another announcement: the Honorable Madam First Deputy Speaker informed the House of the presence in the public gallery of students actually from Chalimbana University. And on behalf of the National Assembly, she welcomed the visitors to the National Assembly. After the two announcements, there was a ministerial statement that was rendered by the Acting Minister of Mines and Minerals Development on the status of illegal gold mining activities in the Kanyelele area of Mpika district in Muchinga province. Details will come in later.
So just now we take a break and we'll be back right here at 17 hours. Stay glued to Parliament Television as we continue bringing Parliament closer to you. Good afternoon.
Women's representation in politics, leadership and governance is a crucial issue for the advancement of democracy and development in the country. To address this challenge, the Zambia Women Parliamentary Caucus, ZWPC, with support from the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, held an introspective annual general meeting at Sierra Resort from Saturday 18th to Sunday 19th November 2023 with the objective of reviewing and amending the Constitution and Code of Ethics for the possible proportion representation of women in Parliament, political parties, industries, the corporate world, and leadership roles. Speaking at the official opening of a two-day Zambia Women Parliamentary Caucus annual general meeting, Speaker of the National Assembly, Madam Nelly Muti MP, stated that the Zambia Women Parliamentary Caucus is positioned to be at the front line of promoting the participation of women in political sphere and general decision-making that will ultimately increase the number of women in governance and political leadership positions.
I am therefore elated to learn that the 2023 to 2027 Zambian Women Parliamentary Caucus Strategic Plan has provided for consolidation of efforts towards strengthening the voices of women parliamentarians. It is anticipated that women parliamentarians would use their influence to champion women empowerment both in the House and outside. This move, if well sustained, will result in an increase in the number of women in governance and political leadership positions. As the saying goes, educating a woman is educating a community. I firmly believe the same principle can be used in the gender equality movement by stating that when women lead, nations prosper. As I conclude, let me state that we need to transform the caucus into a formidable group that will effectively respond to its mandate and contribute towards the advancement of women in all spheres of life. I remain part of you, and you can count on me and my support. I further wish to assure you of my support in the establishment of the Standing Parliamentary Committee on Women Affairs as we finalize the review of our standing orders. The reason why we want this the caucus to be transformed into a committee is that then we are assured of funding, because it will be part and parcel of our funding as a National Assembly. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, it's now my singular honor and privilege to declare the annual general meeting of the Zambian Women Parliamentary Caucus officially opened.
In his welcoming remarks, Clerk of the National Assembly, Mr. Roy Ngulube, said that the work of the Zambia Women Parliamentary Caucus contribute to a more just society by advocating the right of the marginalized and promoting their inclusion in the governance matters.
The annual general meeting is therefore an important milestone towards consolidating the work of the caucus in promoting gender equality and women empowerment. The presence of stakeholders from various civil society organizations present this morning and at this function is testament of the collective will of various organizations to support the cause of the caucus. And we do not take your presence for granted. We are grateful that you could come and join the women parliamentarians. It is anticipated that the civil society organizations will continue to provide key insights into the discussions, as well as provide an external perspective towards attaining gender equality and women empowerment in legislative processes. Our management is committed to supporting the work of the caucus, and this we have said before and will continue to do so.
United Nations Development Programme UNDP resident representative Mr. James Wakiaga stated that UNDP and the entire United Nations system is committed to supporting efforts that are aimed at ensuring the full realization of gender equality in Zambia pursuant to the Gender Equity and Equality Act 2015.
It is clear to us that there can be no sustainable development without gender equality and practically women's empowerment. Therefore, supporting the work of women in Parliament enables UNDP to make an even greater contribution to gender equality and women's empowerment. This is because you are not only products of elections, but you are also national and community leaders, lawmakers and role models, especially for women and girls who aspire to follow in your footsteps. You are individual and collective success as a caucus to shape the discourse in Parliament and ensure that parliamentary processes and products are not gender blind, will not only improve gender equality outcomes, but certainly it will also improve the status of women in this great country. As UNDP, we are very satisfied with what this partnership has achieved so far, and it is our ambition to see the partnership growing to positively impact on other areas of strategic importance, such as the quest for more gender-inclusive electoral arrangements especially as we move ahead towards the 2026 elections.
The Zambia Women Parliamentary Caucus chairperson, Princess Kasune, who is also Minister for Central Province, expressed concern with the low levels of women's representation in leadership positions.
Currently, we are only 25 women, including you, Madam Speaker, as well as Her Honor the Vice President, and indeed our Deputy Speaker number 1. This brings us to 25 of us in the House, representing about 15.4%, 3 female cabinet ministers, representation out of the 25 cabinet ministers. 3 female cabinet ministers out of the 25 representing a 12%, and 2 female provincial ministers out of the 10 representing a 20%. At local government level, we have 15 female mayors / council chairpersons out of the 116 representing 12.9%. And out of the councillors, out of all the councillors, which are 1,858, we only have 142 female members, which represents 7.6%. Indeed, the numbers are gloomy and they do not show a good position for us as Zambia. This trajectory, if left to continue, will continue to have a negative impact on our country's aspiration of attaining the equal representation of women and men in the leadership positions. Women in the majority are the majority of the country, as already alluded to. Therefore, effective participation in making decisions is very critical if we're going to change lives and also foster development.
On the first day of the meeting, the Zambia Health Education and Communication Trust Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Chilufya Piri, made a presentation on how women's participation in politics enhances national development.
We cannot sit and just listen to what the men are saying. The women must be heard. They must be able to speak, and they must be able to let us know how they feel, because you can only move forward if you understand their perspective. If we don't understand, we'll be coming up with solutions that are actually not answers to the women's issues. This is being said, everybody has a right to participate in political decision in Zambia. Personal inadequacies. Women sometimes lack self-confidence, feel inferior and inadequate, and thus shy away from active politics. They believe that they cannot effectively compete with the men. We all understand this situation, but I'm glad to say that organizations like NGOCC, Women's Lobby, these are the things that they are working on. These are the kind of things that they are working on. Every time I've seen, they hold meetings, they do trainings, they speak through the media to try and encourage us as women.
The meeting deliberated on various strategies. Recommendations to increase women's representation in politics and leadership were made.
I know women need a place where they can vent out, talk about their challenges, and this is the right place. But when we convert this caucus into a committee, I believe that it is important that we include our male champions. Why do we want to include the male champions? Because when we have to make decisions, we need numbers. We are fewer on our own. So if we have to vote, we will not be able to carry the day if we only say that it's only the women who are going to be included. So let's carry the male champions and sensitize them so that they also participate in advancing the gender agenda.
This thing is all about political willingness. If those that have the power, the parliamentarians, the executive, and now we even have the legislative body supporting us as women in Zambia, then if we don't make it this time, I don't know when we're going to make it. So let's strategize. Even before we talk about anything else, let's start strategize on the affirmative action, so that at least we start at 30%, some reserved, seats for women, disabled persons, the youth, that kind of category. I think we'll have more support even from the men, not just the women, but those that are vulnerable, like those female that are
differently abled and cannot run the way we can run, okay? And then the youth, because it's important to have a mixed grill, it helps.
How do we make sure that as women, we stand together? Let's have one voice. A voice of a woman, no matter how strong it is, no one can hear it if it's just alone. So when there is an issue that a woman faces, you can speak on your own, but no one will hear you. Not until many voices of women speaks, then the world and the men will hear you. So we need to make sure that we speak, our voices of women speaks out when there is an issue that pertains to a woman. Then men will hear, men will fear. So this is very important for us.
As NGOs, we were created for a reason to bring women together so that we have a common agenda, as you have all indicated, so that together we can ensure that we are empowered, together we can ensure that we are moving towards gender equality.
On the second day of the meeting, Professor Kushantan Tekian, Assistant Dean Research from the University of Zambia, Unza, made a presentation on growth and mindset masterclass.
About the mindset, someone said, mind is never a problem, but mindset is that. So we all agree that mind is not a problem, but mindset is that. At the beginning, we asked the question, why some people are different? And you find that there are some people are really smarter than others, right? And some people are so successful against all kind of setback, difficulties, challenges in their life, and they go through in their life.
The meeting was concluded with resolutions for the 2023 Zambia Women Parliamentary Caucus Annual General Meeting, which were delivered by Ms. Wongile Mwamba, who is a member of the caucus and also member of Parliament for Kasama Central.
The Annual General Meeting, Ciela Chongwe 2023 Call to Action resolved the following. Number one, we are calling for affirmative action through legislation, through the amendment of the Constitution, in order to increase the representation of women in Parliament by introducing quota systems. Number two, we are calling for the enactment of political party bills. Number three, we are calling for the reintroduction of the Ministry of Gender because we have not reached the gender parity in the country. Number four, we are also calling for members of Parliament to become part of the local councils. Number five, the meeting also resolved that the Zambia Women's Parliamentary Caucus should become a committee of the National Assembly. And finally, number six, we are calling for the delimitation of vast constituencies before the 2026 elections.
In her closing remarks of the annual general meeting, the First Deputy Speaker, Honorable Malungo Chisangano MP, emphasized the need for women and other stakeholders to be united, urging them to set aside political disparities in pursuit of achieving gender parity in Zambia.
Let us therefore do our best to ensure that we pool our efforts and resources together for the important cause of gender equality in leadership. We need to continually work together as women, parliamentarians across party lines, to confront the barriers that prevent women from being part of the decision-making process of the country. In fact, I was very happy just to see the environment which was in this workshop. We saw honorable members from different political parties interacting with everybody, forgetting about the political party affiliation. Please, let's continue with that spirit. Let's stand for each other as women, because what we are fighting for is something to do with all of us as women. Ladies and gentlemen, the Zambian Women Parliamentary Caucus, we endeavor to implement the resolutions and recommendations of this annual general meeting, as they will now form part of our advocacy intervention going forward. We will do our best because we believe that an inclusive society is a just society and contributes to a well-balanced social, economic, cultural, and political coexistence. I thank you all for being part of this 2023 Annual General Meeting. I now officially close this workshop.
On the Vice President's question time.
Questions for oral answer under Standing Order number 76.
A matter to be admitted, it has to be of recent occurrence.
Continue watching Parliament TV, a channel dedicated to bring Parliament closer to you.
Thank you very much for being with us on the Parliament television. The House is still on the 20 minutes health break, and business will resume shortly. Just before the break, the House was still looking, or rather had just concluded discussing Head 44, which is the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. And earlier on, when business started at 14:30 hours, the House, there was an announcement made by the Honourable Madam First Deputy Speaker on the visitors that were in the public galleries. There was also one ministerial statement that was rendered by the Acting Minister of Mines and Minerals Development, Mr. Honourable Mulenga Chipoka. This was on the status of illegal gold mining of minerals and other mining activities at Kanyelele area of Mpika district in Muchinga province.
Under the House, I did consider one question for oral answer under Standing Order 74, the question which came from Kalabo, Member of Parliament, Mr.
Well, the bells are still ringing. The House, a quorum is yet to be formed, and it is a requirement that at least 1/3 of the House must be present before business of the House resumes. And the House so far has considered one question for oral answer, 4 bills which have been considered at different stages, and also one head has been considered, and this is the Ministry of Labour and Social Security Head 44.
Still to come under consideration is the following heads: Head 52, which is Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation; Head 51, Ministry of Transport and Logistics; Head 62, Energy. So this is basically what is expected to be transacted on the floor of the House this evening, today, 28th November 2023.
And of course, a ministerial statement was rendered on the floor of the House by the Acting Minister of Mines and Minerals Development on the status of illegal gold mining activities at Kanyelele area of Mpika district in Muchinga province.
So just now we interest you to what is happening on the floor of the House. Remember, according to the standard practice, there must be 1/3 members of Parliament in order for business to be transacted.
And just now we go back to the floor of the House.
When business was suspended, the Committee of Supply was about to start considering Head 52, Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation. We'll continue with Head 52, Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation. The Honorable Minister, policy statement.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I wish to most sincerely thank you for according me this opportunity to present a policy statement for the 2024 budget estimates for the Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation under Head 52. My presentation, Chair, will be on in four parts as follows. One, the mandate of the ministry. Two, achievements, challenges, and how the ministry is dealing with the challenges. Number three, areas of focus for 2024, and I'll conclude under 4. The mandate. Honorable Chairperson, the ministry's mandate under Gazette Notice number 1123 of 2021 is to develop and manage water resources and facilitate the provision of water supply and sanitation services in the country. Its portfolio functions are to facilitate the formulation and implementation of water policy, water resources management and development, and water supply and sanitation services in the country. In this regard, the ministry contributes to 3 strategic development areas of the 8th National Development Plan, which are the economic transformation and job creation, human and social development, and environmental sustainability. The ministry implements its functions through the following. 1, its own structures. The other one is Water Resources Management Authority. The third one is National Water Supply and Sanitation Council, and the 11 water utility companies. Number 2, Chair, on achievements and challenges. The ministry has been implementing 3 major programs, being management and support services, water resources management and development, and water supply and sanitation. During the 2023 fiscal year, a number of successes have been scored. Under the management and support services program, the ministry has now submitted the draft national water policy for consideration by Cabinet, finalized this strategic plan, and finalized the water supply and sanitation bill, which has since been submitted to the Ministry of Justice. We have also commenced the review of the Water Resources Management Act number 21 of 2011 in order to address some of the gaps that exist in our sector, including but not limited to water harvesting and governance. In addition, the ministry has been coordinating the preparation of documentation to establish the Luapula River Authority. In this regard, a draft bilateral agreement between Congo DR and Zambia is now in place. Honorable Chairperson, with regard to water security, the ministry has since commenced the construction of 16 small to medium-sized dams through various contractors and Zambia National Service. Accordingly, 11 contractors have since commenced work, while works for the other 5 dams are yet to commence, as the contracts were recently signed with Zambia National Service. In addition, the ministry has signed contracts with the Zambia National Service to rehabilitate 5 dams. Honorable Chairperson, under the Water Supply and Sanitation Program, the ministry is making strides towards achieving the national goal of universal coverage for water and sanitation by 2030. This is demonstrated by the capital investment in the water sector being executed through various projects across the country under the Integrated Small Towns Water Supply and Sanitation Project in Luapula, Muchinga, Northern and Western provinces, whose progress is now at 90% complete, and the Transforming Rural Livelihoods Water and the Sanitation Project for the rural communities in Western Province, which is at 78% complete, among other various programs which the ministry is implementing throughout the country. Most of these projects have reached an advanced stage, and once completed will result in about 3.3 million people accessing water supply and 72,000 accessing sanitation services. It is also estimated that during the implementation of these projects, over 5,300 jobs have also been created for our people. Honorable Chairperson, notwithstanding the progress which the Ministry has made, there have been various bottlenecks in the process. These include, but not limited to, the lengthy procurement processes, slow pace of completing projects by contractors, and land encroachment issues, among others. Of these challenges, Honorable Chairperson, the issue of delayed completion of projects and poor performance ranks the highest. We have since interrogated the challenge and noted that its root cause is the preference that the ZPPA Act gives to citizen bidders. Although citizen bidders are preferred in order to empower our local contractors, a number of these contractors have attitude and capacity issues, especially the lack of appropriate and required quantities of equipment. This has, by and large, resulted in either poor performance on the delivery of the outputs and delayed completion of projects. Accordingly, the Ministry has since made its submission to the ZPPA on this matter. The Ministry is also in the process of enhancing its monitoring and evaluation of projects and has since commenced checking those contractors that have been in default and ensure that we take punitive measures. Areas of focus for 2024, Honorable Chairperson, water is life, as it plays a crucial role in unlocking the economic potential of the country by stimulating economic growth and supporting different economic and social sectors, including our livelihoods. Therefore, the theme for the 2024 budget, which is unlocking economic potential, resonates very well with the mandate of my ministry. In the 2024 national budget, Honorable Chair, the ministry has been allocated 2.1 billion kwacha, translating to 1.2% of the national budget, which in 2023 stood at 1.4%. Honorable Chair, access to water and sanitation services has remained low for a long time, while the demand for the same has been increasing owing to the population growth and increased economic activities. Currently, the national coverage in terms of access to improved sources of drinking water stands at 72%, while that of sanitation coverage is at 54%. These statistics are a clear demonstration that a good number of our people in this country still do not have access to improved sources of drinking water and adequate sanitation services. The Ministry has therefore allocated 1.5 billion kwacha, or 72.4% of its 2024 budget, for the implementation of the water supply and sanitation program. This allocation will be used for the construction, rehabilitation, and maintenance, as well as upgrading of water supply and sanitation infrastructure countrywide. Further, the Ministry intends to construct a total number of 428 piped water schemes in rural growth centers, as well as 500 new boreholes, and a continuation of the construction of 1,370 boreholes from the 2023 fiscal year, and the rehabilitation of 1,270 old boreholes in rural areas. The allocation will also go towards the construction of 200 kilometers of water distribution network, through which about 30,000 households will be connected to water supply network countrywide. With regards to sanitation, the interventions will include the construction of 168 waterborne sanitation facilities in public institutions. This, Honorable Chair, will go a long way in helping reduce disease outbreaks and improve hygiene in public institutions. Honorable Chairperson, in order to enhance water availability, the Ministry will spend 537 million kwacha, or 25.2% of the allocation, on the implementation of water resources development and transboundary water cooperation interventions. The interventions under this program will include construction, rehabilitation, and maintenance of water harvesting infrastructure such as dams, weirs, and canals. This is expected to improve water availability for various uses, such as hydropower generation, agriculture, tourism, mining, water supply and sanitation, among others, which are key to national development. Honorable Chairperson, the Ministry will continue to implement surface and groundwater resources assessment and quantification program and maintain as well as upgrade both surface and water monitoring stations. This is important, Honorable Chair, for measuring water availability, quality, distribution, to inform planning and decision-making in terms of water allocation. Honorable Chairperson, in the interest of time, I wish to conclude by indicating my appreciation to the honorable members of this House for the support rendered to head number 52 and indeed my ministry in the previous budgets of 2022 and 2023. And accordingly, I wish to appeal to the honorable members of this House to support this budget line. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. We'll start with Honorable Chonya because she's one of the committee members that scrutinize this budget through the sector approach that we've just introduced this year. So we expect a detailed scrutiny of the head.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Indeed, I was a member of the committee that did the sector analysis. First of all, let me begin by appreciating, the leadership that has been given in addressing the water situation generally in the country, although yes, the challenges are still there and are still await to be addressed. What has come through even the minister's policy statement is the decrease, to the water sector from the previous allocations. If we were attentive, we heard that the allocation had declined from 1.4 to 1.3% of the national budget, which is a departure from the international protocols, that recommend that the sector should receive at least 5% of the budget. So this one entails that there's a lot more that we need to do in terms of identifying where the monies from within our budget lines can come to beef up the water sector, because we cannot afford, to compromise on issues of water and sanitation. The statistics themselves, again, from the minister, where he's talking about 72% of access to water and only 54% to sanitation facilities, indeed, entail that we need to invest more in this sector. So as a result of that decline, we see that institutions like WAMA, falling under the ministry, have had, constant budget allocations over a period of 3 years, for instance. And this has made it difficult for them to execute, their mandates as institutions under water. I noticed also, during the study that the ministry actually had put aside some monies to rehabilitate over 1,000 boreholes and another 1,000 plus sinking of the same boreholes. My personal opinion, on this, Honorable Minister, is that I think with our increased CDF, and which continues to increase, issues of sinking a borehole, I think, must be left, at that level, where we may even do it at a much cheaper price than those figures of between 75 and 100 billion that we get from the ministry, so that the ministry can concentrate on doing these piped water systems, especially for our urban areas. these boreholes will continue, sinking, especially in our rural areas. They are still a good thing to consider. But, drilling boreholes in an urban setting, I think we should be moving away from there, and hence my emphasis here that we need, I think, the ministry to focus on bigger water projects than maintaining boreholes and sinking them, which we can easily do under CDF. One aspect that the committee also noted, as we studied the water budget, was that, there were strong stakeholder submissions that we didn't seem to provide for a response in terms of the cholera elimination plan. It was desired that, we plan to respond to cholera in the event that it occurred by putting in place, specific funds and strategies that would help to respond if we were hit by cholera. I was just listening last week, our neighboring country across in Harare, the crisis there of cholera, and I was saying, we are so close, what would happen if this was just to come our way? So many a time we are caught unawares in terms of responding to emergencies. So we agreed as a committee that this indeed we needed a multi-sectoral cholera elimination plan. Otherwise, Honorable Minister, I began by commending, the leadership, because we are now talking about flushable toilets, being put up in our most rural, schools through the CDF under the leadership, of His Excellency and the guidelines that we continue to implement from CDF. So if we can find flushable toilets down in Shangombo there, I think the people of Kafue in Butter Site and Service, for instance, would appreciate to have a piped system, to deal with issues of sewer. As I alluded to earlier, it doesn't go well for us to continue even doing these septic tanks, in close by houses in our communities, because those are a health hazard, as we all will agree. Otherwise, the Honorable Minister, continue with your good work within the ministry. Continue mobilizing the resources, because we need to ensure, that universal access to water is attained. And in this way, we'll be, working towards attaining the SDG 6 on water. So those were the few thoughts that I thought I would add to this debate. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Mwila.
Chairperson, I want to thank you for this opportunity to debate on this vote, which is a very important vote, Chairperson. As we all know, water is life. And it is the mandate of this Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation to ensure universal access to clean and safe water and adequate sanitation. This is the mandate of the Ministry, Chairperson. And I've read and heard from the policy statement and what is contained in the budget. Among the strategies that the ministry has is to develop and rehabilitate water supply and sanitation infrastructure in order to improve access to clean and safe water and sanitation. Chairperson, my line of debate on this vote will be in the form of a report or feedback to the minister with regard to how the people in Mufrira, the people on the Copper Belt, and generally in urban areas are struggling to have access to clean and safe water. Mr. Chairperson, the people of Mufrira have suffered. They have suffered for a long time because they have no access to clean water. Very few of them have got water coming through the taps in their homes. And Mufrira is an urban area. It is not unique. What I'm talking about also happens in Kitwe, is happening in Chingola, is happening in Chirabombwe, is happening even here in Lusaka, Mr. Chairperson. access to clean water at this rate, in this day and age, should not be even be an issue that we come here to talk about, because it must be a given. It's a right. But right now, some people don't even remember the last time they ever saw water dropping from their taps. People in urban areas wake up in the morning with containers on their heads to draw water from nearby homes, whether they have a borehole or where there's a stream passing. For me, I find it very strange and unacceptable, Chairperson. And that is why when I see the budget allocated to this ministry of 2.1 billion, this is very little money. This is one of the ministries that requires a lot and a lot of money. Minister, you talked about the projects that are running in terms of rehabilitation of water infrastructure. We have such a project in Mufrira, Mulonga is doing, and in many others. The problem that we have, Chairperson, is that these projects are funded, by external partners with a lot of conditions, a lot of conditionalities. And this has slowed down the pace of implementation of these projects. The project that is happening in Mufrira was first signed in 2013, 10 years ago, and there were so many conditions to be fulfilled. It took 7 years before the contractors could be on site. From 2013, contractors came on site in 2020. Even today, it is very difficult for Mulonga to access that money because conditions after conditions. Meanwhile, people need water. People cannot access clean water. What we need in this ministry, and Honorable Minister, through the chairperson, you need to lobby for local resources. This is one ministry that does not require dependence on the donors, because the conditions just slow down the pace of your work. In Mufrira, we have one project which, when I've asked on the floor of this house, I've been told it's 99% complete to give access to water in Kawama. 99% complete, chairperson. More than a year ago, up to today, we're still struggling with that 1%. Why? Because Mulonga cannot access that money as and when they need it, because of the so many conditions that whoever is funding this project has put across. This is one ministry that does not require so much dependence on the donors. Since we opened this sitting, chairperson, we have seen questions on the floor of this house for people speaking on behalf of their constituents. Nkana has been here, Chimwemwe has been here, even us in Mufrira have been there. And one time I have spoken here to say, let's declare this water crisis a disaster. It is not with malice when I stood to say that. Why? Because when we address it or we approach it from that angle, one, it will make more resources available in this sector. Secondly, it will also speed up the implementation. Even the minister has mentioned in his policy statement, there are so many bottlenecks to implementation of the projects that are running. And among them are the conditionalities of the people that are funding. What we need is local resources, I repeat. And let's mop up whatever we can get, be it taxes from the mining sector, taxes from the business houses, locally. In that way, we will have control and implement this at the speed that we want. Us in urban areas don't need to be guided to use CDF to provide water to our people, because CDF is just too little. Let's leave CDF and water to rural areas where they just need boreholes. You can sink boreholes and people will have access. In Mufrira, I cannot be sinking boreholes in Kamchanga. I can't be sinking boreholes in Kansusa because they already have the water infrastructure. They have water pipes there. What we just need is to put more money to uproot that infrastructure which is too old. Part of that infrastructure that is supplying water was sunk or was installed some 50 years ago. And today we still want to use the same pipes. We still want to use the water tanks. The population has increased. The settlements have increased. The infrastructure simply cannot sustain. So we need more money to replace that infrastructure so that people can have access to piped water. With CDF, yes, we can provide water at public places, at a market or at a school, but the people need water in their homes. And the other point also, Chairperson, is the quality of this water. The few people that receive this water, the piped water, The quality of the water leaves much to be desired. God knows why we don't have these frequent outbreaks of cholera or typhoid or waterborne diseases. But if you just look at the water that is coming from the tap, you put it in the cup, it's not fit for human consumption. But why do we keep supplying this kind of water to the citizens? It's not enough just to deliver the water. Even the quality of that water that is being delivered must be checked. So, Chairperson, Honorable Minister, to you, the money that has been allocated to this ministry is too little. It will still bring us back next year to talk about lack of access to clean water, to safe water, to proper sanitation. You need to lobby for more local resources so that we can increase the speed of implementation of these water projects that are going on across the country. Otherwise, on behalf of the people of Mufulira, in fact, we look forward to hosting the minister in Mufulira so that he can see for himself how people wake up early in the morning to draw water, how people spend days, they go for days without seeing water. Meanwhile, the projects are going on. People have dug, pipes have been laid, but there's no end to these projects. So many conditions. We need to find a way of going around all this so that our people can have access to clean and safe water. I thank you, Chairperson.
Mr. Michero.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Minister, thank you for your statement. And Minister, I support the budget on Head 52. Chairperson, this ministry is very important. I think this is the ministry which looks after the lives of our people here in this country. And without water, I think we cannot survive, all of us here in this country. And Honorable Minister, I think let me also request your ministry that I think it is important every time when you put up a particular water reservoir to put up some maintenance, a fee, so that we can be maintaining these water reservoirs, especially the dams. And myself, I'm a villager from Wengwa constituency, and just in the recent past, that was around February, we had floods in our constituency, and about 6 dams are bleached. And up to now, those dams are not yet repaired. And Minister, those are the dams I'm requesting that please, if it is possible, even if the rains have already started, maybe it is important to go at least to work on 3 or 4 dams so that we can have enough water in our constituents. Then, Minister, the other thing which I would love you to do is, in the areas where provinces where they don't receive enough rains, it is important to come up with the commercial reservoirs, to build very big dams so that we can manage even to irrigate in those particular areas. Look at Egypt, what is happening in Egypt, and they just depend just on one river now. But they are able to feed their country, and they are the highest producer of wheat, highest producers of garlic, highest producers of onion, tomatoes, potatoes, cucumbers, oranges, okay, and sugar beet. And I know that we cannot fail, Honorable Minister, especially we people from Wengwa constituents. Once you give us those dams, we will definitely manage as well to produce enough food, not just for our own home consumption, but for the entire nation. And if you look at these 2 provinces which produces more maize, but with little rains, Southern Province and Eastern Province, Minister, we request you that you put up very big reservoirs. And you put up very big reservoirs so that we can have, okay, throughout, okay, maize, green maize throughout, so that we can even harvest maybe 3 times, okay, in a year. It is possible that we can do that. And look at what Egypt is doing right away. I think nearly 96% of Egypt is, okay, it is desert. But if you look at what the arable land which they have is 3.5 million arable land. But we have 54 million hectares here, arable land, which we are not even utilizing. Then the problem is because we are not able to harvest enough water. And Minister, the previous debater was saying that in the rural areas, maybe just to try to put boreholes here and there. Then for the people in urban areas, you put piped water. We are also very much interested. I'm a villager from Wengwa constituency. We are also very much interested with piped water. And Wengwa, as we are speaking right now, it is growing. We also need piped water. It is very important in rural areas. I think in all the rural areas, it is very important that we start putting piped water, not just in urban areas. It is very important. I think just in our neighboring countries here, Botswana, they are able to do that. So please let us try to emulate some of our neighboring countries, what they are doing. Then, Minister, let me come on the issue of boreholes also. The issue of boreholes, when a small-scale farmer like myself, I happen to drill a borehole, it can only cost me about 25, it can only cost me about 30,000 kwacha. But when a borehole is being sunk, okay, at the council, okay, even under some of these NGOs, it can cost, okay, just with a hand pump, about 80,000 kwacha. Where is the problem? I think it is important that we also look at the procurement department. It's very important because they are exaggerating a cost, okay, of drilling boreholes. So we should make sure that when we are providing services to the people, those who voted for us, make sure that the procurement department is heavily monitored so that they don't exaggerate prices nor the cost of doing business. Minister, let me also request you that if it is possible for you, look at Itesteji, okay, look at the Kafia Basin, all the way coming from Itesteji, going up to Chirundu, that other side. I think it is important that we come up with canals so that we can make Zambia very green, and it is possible. Like in Wengwa constituency, we are driving our animals, imagine about 30 to 40 kilometers during dry season because we don't have dams at the moment. And we have suffered enough from March, okay, when rain stopped. So we have suffered enough with our animals, and right now we drive our animals almost 40 kilometers, okay, to go and fetch for water. How best can you help the people of Wengwa so that you can maybe put up canals so that we can start what? We can start even irrigating and also giving our cattle water for drinking. Otherwise, a minister, because time I can see that it is not very much on my side, it is not very much on the side of the people of Wengwa. Let me just request you that, Minister, the dams which were bleached, the 6 dams, please, I'm requesting that you work on them immediately. You work on those dams. And I'm requesting you because Wengwa is also growing, and I'm inviting you to come one of these days so that you can see how Wengwa is developing because of the CDF which has been increased. I think you also start thinking about giving us piped water. It will be very important. Minister, with these few and very intelligent remarks, let me thank you. I thank you, Minister. Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much.
Mr. Zulu. Mr. Zulu.
Thank you, Chair. Minister of Water Development and Sanitation. Even as I'm supporting your budget, I'm not impressed with your budget. I think last time we spoke about this, Minister, I advised you and the Minister of Finance that can you give us a tangible budget? Because the problem we have in our constituencies, in our provinces like Eastern Province, the province is dry. And we don't even have perennial rivers. It's so sad that the money in fact, they have even reduced your money by over 100,000 on water supply and sanitation from the last year's 2 billion kwacha to this year's 1.879 billion kwacha, which is very progressive. This is the ministry which should be moving upwards, not going downwards. Because you agree with me that a good number of animals across this country, this period, the period between August and December, it's very bad. The animals, some of them, they lose their weights because they can't have proper water. And in addition to that, Minister of Water, it's my prayer that your ministry should start investing in water harvesting facilities, because this is one of your mandates. And if you are not harvesting water now, meaning that we are not going to actualize the winter or the winter maize project or the irrigation project, because this water we have sometimes. Let me pick a practical example of some of the provinces, like Southern Province, which is always flooded. That is not a case to us. That should be a blessing to us as a nation. We need to start coming up with facilities to start in the, harvesting this water for the purpose of growing maize when there is no rains, the purpose of irrigation, the purpose of tapping into the always spoken 300 million from the Ministry of Agriculture, so that we can continue producing food even during dry season. This is my prayer. Minister, let me now take you back to the people who are my bosses from Nyimba constituency. Minister, the people of Nyausari village in Nyimba constituency, which has got a population more than, in fact, the population of more voters in this area called Nyausari and Ukose is more than the entire Rufuvu constituency population, which is there. One single area. But these people, there is no water. It's only 2.5 kilometers or 3 kilometers from the CBD. This is a gazetted township. The issue of CDF cannot work because of the population. There are these small water in the water systems. For example, the one you've put up 60 kilometers from Nyimba to Kacholora. That is the project people of Nyausari are calling for, because they cannot continue going to Hebet school to fetch for water. That bore there, it's meant for the kids, for our pupils who are learning from that school. They cannot be going to Nyimba Secondary School to fight for water with the pupils who are there. Minister, this is a prayer for Nyimba people. They are tired to be promised by every successful government that they are going to be given water. It's my prayer that from this budget which you have, Minister, the people of Nyimba, which you and I know very well, that this is a neglected district, neglected constituency in this country. And these people, they deserve better. This is my prayer. In addition to that, Minister, the people of Nyimba are saying the town, the district, the CBD has grown. My people in Nyimba, they are even more than combined of Mfulira constituency population. The people who are crying here. It's my prayer, Minister, that we need to look at this district and give us. We have requested for at least 1 million, another extra 500 cubic liters or cubic of water, so that we can start having enough water. Yes, we have groundwater. We don't have a problem in where we've got Eastern Water has got bores. All we need is an extra tank, few pipes going to there. Then line the pipe downstream Nyimba district. This is a population which has overgrown the facilities of either water, roads, in anything by over 40, 50, or over 100%, should I say. So my prayer, my preach, Minister, to you is that the people of Nyausari, the people of Nyimba, the people of Mtendere and Nyimba, they need this water.
You cannot have the other side of the district, there is water. The most populous district, side of the district, there's no water. This is not helping us as people of Nyimba district. So, Minister, the people of Nyimba, they are not going to accept this year around that others are given these small water facilities we've come up with, which is a very good and very commendable idea. Then for them, we forget them. Oh, for them, it's business as usual. These people, they don't need it because they are villagers. And I'm just disappointed with people who think villagers, they don't deserve mechanized water system. I just don't know the kind of leaders we have who thinks that people from rural areas, they deserve anything bad. This is not encouraging. We are all equal. We are the same people. We are not different. And what the people in Kablonga wants, that's what the people of Mtendere or Moza, where I live in Nyimba, wants. It's got nothing to do whether town or rural. If we are leaders, let's promote. Yes, I know some of the leaders, they don't know their villages. So it's very difficult to appreciate what is happening in the villages. Chair, thank you so much for the opportunity given.
Mr. Mpundu. Thank you very much, Chairperson. A lot has been said by my fellow honorable members, and I only say one or two things. To start with, the mandate of the ministry is very clear. Though its mandate is hampered by the low budgetary allocation, which is, I may call it, is more or less like donor-tailored, which shouldn't be the case. We need to improve on that score, and secondly, also, it is also hampered by the procurement processes which are done by man. And I don't know why we are so rigid to change the procurement processes. There are boreholes that we were promised. Nearly all members of parliament, we were told you have these boreholes, you have water kiosks. Those things have not come because of the procurement processes. So, these two things are so critical as we engage in the budget for Ministry of Water Development. To the Honorable Minister, most are times that you try to go and start fetching for water, doing your feasibility studies. You are leaving areas like Chembe, where water is just in the corridors of people. What is only required is just to put even a small treatment plant, and then that water is supplied. That project cannot be financed by CDF. Definitely, as a ministry, you have to come in. And you wonder why the people of Chembe should be suffering with water, and water is just passing. To tell you, Honorable Minister, we have finished eating the whole fish in that river. What we need, that water, is now to start using it and drinking it. That's what we want. So it is on that score that we need you to start thinking on that score in terms of the long-term plan. Honorable Minister, I have already talked about why, to some degree, you are failing to fulfill your promises in terms of boreholes and water systems. Honorable Minister, we are living in an era, in a short term, as you do that water reticulation plant, we are living in an era where renewable energy is at play. The women in Chembe have sent me to you, Honorable Minister, that they want to graduate from boreholes that are using hand pumps. They want to graduate, I'm emphasizing, they want to graduate from boreholes of using hand pumps to move to kiosks which are solar powered, because that is the only way that they are also going to have piped water in a short term. So, on that score, The people of Chembe, they need that graduation. If this budget which we are approving now, the borehole that we expect in Chembe, that is not a village. We also want to graduate. It should be also a town. And by gradual graduation, we want boreholes in form of kiosks. So even when you are allocating those boreholes that you have mentioned, as we need, if it is 10, we want 10 kiosks, not hand pump powered. To crown it all, the chairperson, I want to say that as we support this budget, the people of Chembe, for the Ministry of Water, Development and Sanitation, one, we need the budget to be increased for water and sanitation. Number two, I'll repeat, we need the people of Chembe to graduate from hand pumps to kiosks, which will translate into piped water in our district. With that said, we support the budget. Thank you.
Mr. Chuyeron and the Minister will respond. We'll wind up debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson,
We have a lot
for giving the good people of
order. We've got 4 heads to consider today. As you are aware, a budget is timed. We have to rise on a particular day.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, for your ruling and for giving the good people of Ron constituency to add a word on this head. I want to remind the Minister and myself that indeed, according to the Government Gazette Notice number 1123 of 2021, Honourable Minister, your mandate as a minister is to develop and manage water resources, coupled with ensuring universal access to clean water and indeed adequate sanitation services. Honourable Minister, also increasing water security through development of rainwater harvesting facilities is one of your strategies. Honourable Minister, the 2.1 billion that has been allocated to your ministry, for me, is not adequate. Minister, 1.5 billion that has gone to water supply and sanitation, for me, is a drop in the water. Minister, you are aware, my constituency, and I want to thank you, Minister, for being so attentive each time I approach your office to complain about the challenges that we have in my constituency, Ron constituency. Minister, creating harvesting facilities for rainwater is a very, very important aspect. And we are glad, and I want to appreciate you, that from the time you took over office as Minister of Water Development and Sanitation, you resuscitated the Akafulafuta Water Dam Project, which dam project is going to harvest enough water to see water being supplied to Mpongwe, Ndola, Luansha, and Masaiti. Now, Honourable Minister, when you open this facility, and I want you in your response, Honourable Minister, to tell the good people of Ron constituency as to when you are going to commission this project. Honourable Minister, Ron constituency from time immemorial has been predominantly a mining constituency. And you are aware that before privatization, ZCCM under each division used to take care of these facilities, such as sanitation, water reticulation, including decorations of painting houses. I remember there was every 5 years, the mines would paint houses according to sections with one color. After 5 years, mines would embark on rehabilitation and changing of these facilities, especially sewer network facilities, including water reticulation pipes. My colleague from Mufurira, Honourable Member, has mentioned that these facilities were installed 50 years ago, some of them. And as the case of Ron constituency, because from the time of privatization, Honourable Minister, there has been no major maintenance in terms of rehabilitation or otherwise. That entails that the people of Ron constituency are living in a pathetic condition, Honourable Minister, in terms of fecal matter. I want to back Ron constituency, Prime Minister, they are living in dirty environments. People of Ron constituency are living in fecal matter because all the networks has collapsed. Now, what will happen, Honorable Minister, when you commission Kafulafuta Water Project? This will entail that the pressure that will come with this new project, the pressure that will come with Kafulafuta project will be too much for the old pipes, for all the old sewer networks to maintain. And as such, we shall have a lot of bursts, we shall have a lot of leakages, and we would have solved nothing. I am therefore, Honorable Minister, asking you and telling you that the 1.5 billion which has been put under water supply and sanitation is a drop in the ocean. Because I will be constantly coming to your office to ensure that once Kafulafuta Dam project is commissioned, you need to come to Ron constituents and start overhauling all the old pipes concerning sanitation and water reticulation. This will be good for your ministry and for the utility companies, Honorable Minister. Because what will happen if you don't do that? What will happen, Minister, if you don't do that? With the increased pressure and the bursting of pipes that will be carrying water, there will be too much non-revenue water on your commercial utilities. And once that's happening, there will be too many losses on the commercial utilities which you superintend. And as such, we would have lost the mandate that you have in supplying, giving access to clean water to the people of Zambia. So I want to urge you, Honorable Minister, that we are ready as the people of Ron constituency to support you. If there will be any supplementary budget from the Honorable Minister of Finance, who we believe is also a listening minister, we want you to be given a supplementary budget, especially on this score, and that score of indeed maintaining rain harvest facilities. Also, Honorable Minister, on water resource management and development, 537 million is also little. You are not going to manage, Honorable Minister. You are a very calm minister. We don't want to be troubling you. We want, when you knock at your door, we want to come up with answers. We want these challenges that you have been facing as the people of Ron constituency to be worked on. I'm glad to mention to you, Honorable Minister, that with the little resources that Kafubu Water and Sewerage have, they have started rehabilitating some pipes, old pipes in Section 4 in Ron constituency, which has been so perennial. We are tired, the Kafubu Water and Sewerage are tired of unblocking. They can't unblock. These pipes have collapsed, these pipes have corroded, they have caked, and as such, there is nothing that you can do apart from Honorable Minister coming to replace these old pipes to Ron constituency so that the people of Ron constituency from Section 1 to Section 27 can start living in a sanitary condition. They are failing. If you come, I will show you some pictures after this debate so that you can see the sanitary condition that I'm talking about in the constituency. People can't access their homes. They can't step into their homes. It's all fecal matters in the yards. And as a working government, as UPND, we want you to show change. We want you to be pragmatic so that you attend to some of these challenges that the people of Ron constituency are facing. I will supplement also through the CDF. I will talk to Honorable Minister Gary Nkombo, if he can allow, so that we can take part of the CDF and help you to procure some of these pipes so that we can work on this issue once and for all. Minister, there is a saying that says, water is life. And if there is no water to push the fecal matters, people shall continue living in dire straits. We want to support you and we want to support this budget, but we are saying, Mr. Chairperson, that the budget for this ministry is too low. I thank you, Chairperson, for giving me the opportunity to add the voice on this head. I thank you.
May the Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation wind up debate.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I also want to extend my thanks to the members of Parliament who debated this head 52, and these are Honorable Chonya, MP for Kafue, Honorable Gordon Mwela from Furila, Honorable Kasauta, Honorable Menyani Zulu, Honorable Mpundu, and last but not the least, Honorable Chibuye, but also those who debated in silence in support of this head. Honorable Chair, I've taken note of the many issues raised, one of which is the concerns around the reduction or the low allocation of 2.1 billion to the sector. I want to say that Yes, Honorable Chair, would love as a ministry to have more money be allocated to this sector, but obviously the fiscal space could not permit, but also there are other competing needs. So we could only do with what was availed, but we need to just emphasize that government has also provided an extra avenue where we've increased the allocation to the CDF, and in there the government, the president and this government is urging members of parliament to prioritize issues to do with water supply and also sanitation to assist. And I'm glad, Honorable Chair, that most of the MPs have taken this call and working at ensuring that they improve water supply as well as sanitation, attend to sanitation challenges in the various constituencies using CDF. I want also to say that in the allocation for the 2024, we also took into account the fact that the other projects that we were financing, that we were budgeting for, were completed and commissioned. We had seen the increase of the allocation because of the number of activities for the projects that we were attending to, and I'm happy to report, Chair, that most of these projects, including the Chinsali water supply and sanitation project, Kafue Bau project, and now the Kafulafuta project, which is at over 95%, and we are hoping to finish that project by close of December this year. So because of that, we couldn't budget for those projects as they are finishing, and some of them have already been commissioned. On the issue of universal access, I think the emphasis has been put there on the need for universal access to water, and I want to confirm that actually this is a matter of human right. It's a human right issue, and this government is doing everything possible to ensure that we must push up the statistics from 72% currently countrywide, going towards 100% by the year 2030, and we envisage, we have projected that we must increase the coverage from 54 to about 90% by 2030. And I want to appeal to members of parliament again that let's work together, that where there are shortfalls, let us take advantage of the resources that are available under CDF to push into increasing sanitation services in our various constituencies. I have also taken note, Honorable Chair, of the concerns. There was a concern about the quality of water we are supplying through the CUs. I want to assure this House that one of the key parameters that we've set as a ministry working with NWASCO has been to ensure that the water quality, the water we supply is of high quality, and to that effect, I want to assure this House and the people of Zambia that the water being supplied is checked from time to time to ensure that the supply, the quality of water being supplied meets the standards, the set standards by NWASCO, the regulator. And I want to also assure that this water which is being supplied is treated timely. Honorable Chairperson, I have also taken note of the request that we must ensure that this ministry repairs the dams that have been breached. I want to confirm that some of these dams are already lined up for to be maintained, but I want to further confirm that in the 2024 we've lined up activities to ensure that the water harvesting infrastructures, in particular the dams, that most of them are attended to in terms of maintaining and repairing them. So let us work together, again, members of parliament, to ensure that you continue providing us information. But as we speak, our ministry is going on an exercise to ensure that we conduct an inventory of the dams throughout the country. On the need for more harvesting infrastructure, it is actually government policy that we must increase the water harvesting infrastructure. In there, we are talking about the dams for various uses, be it irrigation, be it livestock watering. And I want to assure this House that we shall build more dams. For 2024, we have lined up to construct about 28 dams. It is our desire that as we go to 2025, we can continue increasing. Now, as we build more dams, we also want to concentrate in ensuring that we repair the existing dams. I want to confirm, Honorable Chair, that recently I'd asked members of Parliament to give us the 5 priority areas in their constituencies, and quite a good number of you responded, and this will be used in our planning for 2024 in terms of what we intend to do in your districts, but through your constituencies. We will not take all the 5 selected projects because resources will not be enough, but we'll be picking some of the critical ones gradually. So I want to assure you that most of the issues which you've raised, and some of which you had already submitted through your 5 priority areas, will be taken into account. Honorable Chairperson, I've also taken note of the concerns that there's need to graduate from using hand pump or boreholes equipped with hand pumps. I want to say that in my statement, I did indicate that we'll be constructing more than around 428 piped water schemes in the 2024 budget. And these are piped schemes which are very suitable for rural growth centers or for bigger villages. But you must also know that we cannot completely remove the use of boreholes which are equipped with hand pumps, because in certain villages you find that the population is sparsely arranged. In that situation, you can't depend on a piped water scheme, because you find that one settlement is here, the next one is 2 kilometers away. So in that situation, you put a borehole at central points or community points like schools, and then people can depend on that. So we are not going to remove the boreholes completely, but we want to emphasize that in areas where we have bigger populations, we want, it's our desire as a ministry to ensure that we provide piped water schemes so that people can have water in their yards, and the Chembe will not be left out. There has been a request, Honorable Chair, for me to confirm when the Kaflafuta project will be completed. I want to say that this project is at about over 95% complete, and all things being equal, we hope that we can complete this project by close of December, and by January we can commence the pressure testing. And again, if all things go well, it is our desire to commission this project within the first quarter of the 2024. So I want to assure the people of Masaiti, Mpongwe, Ndola, and Luansha that this project will definitely improve their lives, will improve their water supply, but I've also taken note of your concerns that there's need for us to repair the existing infrastructure so that it can contain the pressure which will come with the improved supply. And this has already been communicated.
Honorable Minister, wind up.
Thank you, Chair. In winding up, I want to thank once again all the members of Parliament for your support. I think this is one line that is non-controversial, and but also that which has received so much support over the years. We don't take your support for granted. I think we shall ensure as a ministry that we continue improving on water supply and also on sanitation services. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable members, we're surprised that we ordinarily should have taken 5 minutes, But again, in the standing orders, there's a provision, 59(2)(a), that allows the minister to respond not more than 10 minutes to a motion. So this is a motion of supply. Point of order?
I am citing the standing order number 59F, and it's very instructive, and I want to read. Note that on the motion, this says, the member, a minister is a member of this House, shall not wind up debate for more than 5 minutes. Shall. Very instructive. The minister has been debating for more than 5 minutes. Standing order gives instruction, winding up debate not for more than 5 minutes. I seek your serious ruling.
Honorable member, read 59(2)(a). It says, let me help you. It says, the debate of the vice president or a minister when moving or responding to a motion shall not exceed 10 minutes. And then F it says, a member winding up debate on a motion of thanks to the president's address. There are two different things. This is not a presidential address. Honorable member, now you know your presiding officer is well cooked now. Okay? Unlike before, now it's cooked. I put the question. The question is at head 52, Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation, head total 2,133,242,852 stands part of the estimate. As many of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 52, Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation, head total 2,133,244,858 is ordered to stand as part of the estimate. Let's make progress. We move to head 51, Ministry of Transport and Logistics. Head 51, Minister of Transport and Logistics, General Policy Debate. The Honorable Minister of Transport and Logistics, Policy Statement.
Chairperson, I am greatly honored to stand before this august House to present the 2024 Budget Policy Statement for the Ministry of Transport and Logistics. Review of the current budget performance. Chairperson, the budget allocation for the Ministry of Transport and Logistics in 2023 was 519,768,075 kwacha. The reported funding as at 30th September 2023 was 394,816,037 kwacha, representing 75% funding, while expenditure stood at 384,671,009 kwacha. Chairperson, some of the achievements recorded in 2023, among others, were enhancing regional connectivity. Mr. Chairperson, strides towards the development of transport corridors that traverse the country were made as follows. Number one, the Lobito Development Corridor. Zambia with Angola and the Democratic Republic of the Congo
signed the Lobito Corridor Transit Transport Facilitation Agency Agreement, which has since been submitted to this House for ratification. Further, a memorandum of understanding on the development of the Lobito Corridor and the Zambia-Lobito Railway line was signed. Number 2, Walvis Bay Ndola Lubumbashi Development Corridor. This agreement, Chairperson, has been submitted to Parliament for ratification. 3, Nakala Development Corridor. The Ministry commenced the process of ratifying these agreements, which were signed in October this year. Number 4, Central Corridor. Zambia has applied to join the Central Corridor in order to merge its operations with the Dar es Salaam Corridor. Our application has principally been approved. Number 5, Chairperson, the Beira Corridor. Zambia has applied to join the Beira Corridor. In the railway subsector, concept notes have been developed for the revitalization of the Zambia Railways and Tazara, aimed at modernizing the railway network. Talks are underway with a Chinese firm to concession Tazara. Further, 27 million was released for the rehabilitation of the dilapidated Wombwe Bridge, whose works were completed, and the Mulobesi train has since resumed operations. In the aviation sector, Chairperson, the National Civil Aviation Strategy was launched to promote a comprehensive and structured framework for the development, management, and regulation of the aviation sector. By the third quarter of 2023, the number of aviation passengers increased to 1,478,781 as compared to 1,186,844 in 2022 for the same period, representing an increase in 24.6%. During the same period, aircraft movements increased by 25.8%. Works on the Kasama Airport runway, taxiway, and perimeter fencing, together with the rehabilitation of the terminal building, were completed this year, and the airport was commissioned by His Excellency the President on 24th November 2024. In addition, the Ministry handed over ICT equipment procured under the European Union 11th EDF to the Zambia Air Services Training Institute, ZASTI. Further, Zambia Airways spread its wings to the region and are flying into Harare and Johannesburg. With the acquisition of the Boeing 737-800, more regional destinations will be covered, such as Nairobi, Dar es Salaam, and Beira. Chairperson, under Maritime, strides were made in developing the maritime and pontoon services to the local authorities in line with the Cabinet Office Circular number 2 of 2023. The following steps were undertaken. Number 1, asset valuation. 2, letters of secondment to the officers who've been moved to the local authorities. And 3, technical and budget orientation program was conducted across the country and operational guidelines were developed. Additionally, the Ministry procured land for Shangombo District Council for the development of a modern harbour, and we shall ensure that title deeds for the land are obtained before construction commences. Furthermore, the Lubungo pontoon on the Kafue River was rehabilitated, and we are in the process of rehabilitating the Namwala pontoon and the Lunga pontoon in Kasempa. Chairperson, in the road subsector, the country recorded a reduction in the number of people who died in road traffic accidents from 1,680 to 1,496, representing 11% reduction for the period January to September 2023. Government is, however, concerned that the number remains unacceptably high. Therefore, we remain committed to curbing the high road traffic accidents that are mostly influenced by human behavior. Challenges for 2023. Chairperson, notwithstanding these achievements, the Ministry was negatively affected by 1, inadequate long-term financing sources for railway and maritime infrastructure and related programs. 2, inadequate and unreliable rail infrastructure coupled with insufficient and unreliable rolling stock. 3, encroachments on railway, aviation, road and maritime land affecting future expansion and modernization of infrastructure. And lastly, 4, theft of railway materials, especially on the Zambia Railways line. Key activities to be implemented in 2024. Chairperson, In the year 2024, the ministry proposes to spend 504,757,058 kwacha. This allocation represents a decrease of 2.89 as compared to 2023 allocation of 519,768,075 kwacha. From this allocation, 72,190,012 kwacha, which is 14.3% of the budget, is for personal emoluments. 335,874,731, which is, represents 66.5%, is for program implementation, and 96,692,315, 19.2% of the budget, is for procurement of assets. The ministry targets to raise revenues amounting to 1,093,006,917 kwacha from its various revenue streams. Chairperson, for administration and reforms, the focus will be: 1. Implementation of the Ministry of Transport and Logistics Strategic Plan 2022 to 2026. Number 2, capacity building for local authorities on the devolved maritime and pontoon functions. 3, upgrading of provincial airports. Number 4, commencement of works for the Lobito Railway Line. And number 5, concessioning of Tazara. In the aviation subsector, focus will be on the construction of greenfield airports at Kasaba Bay and Chinsali to fully activate the northern tourism circuit and improve air connectivity for easy movement of passengers and cargo. Work will also commence on the Choma Airport. Further, focus will center on the upgrading of provincial aerodromes of Solwezi, Mongu, Mansa, and Chipata. We will also implement the aviation strategy to ensure stakeholder collaboration and coordination. The funds for upgrading provincial airports are budgeted for under Head 21, which has already been approved by this August House. For water transport, the focus will be on the commencement of infrastructure development of Shangombo, Samfya, and Ichalenga harbors. Chairperson, in the railway subsector, the focus will be on the revitalization of the railway network to make it economically viable. Reforms will focus on facilitating and enhancing the private sector's participation in the railway sector through open access regulations. High on our agenda is the repeal and replacement of the Railway Act. In the road subsector, focus will be on increasing road safety education and enforcement campaigns, as well as greater usage of ICTs. Chairperson, in addition to the programs outlined above, my ministry will continue to provide the following services: office equipment and maintenance, management of government vehicles, and printing services. During the year 2024, there will be a higher drive to reform the management of government vehicles as well as operations of the government printers. All these are in line with Gazette Notice number 1123 of 2021. Chairperson, the priority programs for 2024 are aligned to the speech by the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, during the official opening of the third session of the 13th National Assembly, the 8th National Development Plan, and the 2024 budget speech. Mr. Chairperson, before I end, I am appealing to this August House to favorably consider the 2024 proposed budget for the Ministry of Transport and Logistics. I thank you.
Mr. Chitotera.
Thank you, Chairperson, as I support the budget with an appeal to the Minister of Finance.
Point of order. There's a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, I started asking for a point of order before everyone else. So allow me, please, to read Standing Order number 57D. Despite paragraph 2, the presiding officer has discretion not to follow the order in which members are listed on the council in order to balance debate in the House. about 5 male MPs debated, and no woman, apart from the one who led, debated on the issue which affects women in rural areas and marginalized people concerning the water. We are always debating water here, Mr. Chairperson. We forget about sanitation. We talk about toilets. And I wanted to reach out and the nation to hear what rural area people are going through, especially women. So I feel, Mr. Chair, really, I needed to add value to that debate. And I just want to thank, I need your indulgence, that this 57-3, at least we have women to debate whenever you use your discretion. I thank you.
Thank you. We've heard your concerns, but just like you indicated earlier that there would be debaters at the discretion of the chair. And looking at the business at hand, 6 people debated, 2 from PF, 2 from UPND, and 2 independent members of parliament. I know heads, we still have more to be looked at. You will be considered. You are just a valuable member, just like any other. But I think we are constrained with time and also to ensure that we conclude the business of the day. I hope you've understood. All right, okay. May the honorable member continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. When I stood, I said I'm supporting the budget, though I am disturbed by the reduction. I want to appeal to the Minister of Finance as he is considering the financial allocation to consider economic ministries, ministries that support the growth of the treasury. Minister of Transport is one of them. Reducing their budget is going to have an effect on the contribution to the treasury. Minister, I was with a view that you have a lot of institutions that fall under you that supports non-tax revenue collection, like RATSA. And I want to pick the example of Luapula province. Luapula has grown. We have in 15 districts, 11 districts, but we only have 3 collection points, Ncherenge, Mansa, and Samfia. Now you can understand the transporter in Chiengi for them to come to Ncherenge to come and pay for the road tax, to come and pay for any other services that is required. Kawambwa district is a grown district. There are a lot of economic activities. They have to go to Ncherenge or Mansa. I want to appeal to you, Minister, that as you look at the expansion program, consider increasing the number of RASA offices in Wapra province. If you can consider Kawambwa, Mwense, and probably Chiengi, you will be able to do a greater deal for people that are using your services. And then the government is going to collect a lot of revenues that is going to contribute towards the social and the economic well-being of the Zambian people. I want to appeal to the Minister of Finance that yes, we have different ministries, and the ministries have been clustered differently. They are economic ministries and they are social ministries. Yes, it is important to give enough money on the social spending, but you cannot share poverty if you don't have. You can't share that which you don't have. The best would be to look at the economic ministries, empower them to generate more. Once you generate more, then you will have money to begin sharing. Now, if the economic ministries are disadvantaged in the manner we are giving them resources, because if you don't give them money to generate money, they will not contribute, because for the generation of money, they would require to spend in order for them to make money. So we want to appeal that as we begin looking at budgeting, we must be able to identify and say, what is it that we need to achieve as a country? We line up ministries that will support us in terms of resource mobilization, generation of the funds. We give them enough and adequate funding according to their programs. Then, Minister, you spoke of the expansion of the provincial airports. I want to appeal to you that northern security is the way to go. There are a lot of things that are going on in the northern part of Zambia today because of the limitation of the runway in Imansa. It is difficult for the bigger plane to land. So we want to appeal to you, Minister, to give a priority as you begin expansion of the provincial centers so that you can extend the Mansa runway so that we can have bigger planes landing in Mansa, because that way we are going to spur the economic growth. And Minister, I want to support you when you talk about the rail subsector. There was a decongestion in Lusaka master plan that was done by the Japanese. If we can implement that in terms of the construction of the runway, or in terms of the construction of the rail system in Lusaka, you are going to do a greater deal in terms of reduction of the road carnages and even people that are rushing for various economic activities, because the road sector then is going to be decongested. That master plan done by the Japanese in under decongestion Lusaka, if you can zero into that and begin implementing that program, Lusaka will be a city that everybody will be able to admire. And of course, the upgrading of Tazara, the modernization of Tazara, the modernization of the Zambia railway system from the Copper Belt to Livingstone. Today, Minister, if you go to the rail station, you want to board Chitima Jabora, how to Hunke Badara, meaning the train has come. Graceco, my brother. It is something that you will be... It is something that will be very shocking, because it takes you 3 to 4 days to move from Undola to Mons. And that's why you can see that the road sector now is congested. If we can invest more into rehabilitating and the modernization of our rail system, then we will be able to do a greater deal to the road sector, and we should be able to do well for the people of Zambia and for the emancipation of the economic activities in Zambia. But all this, Minister, you can only do when you are given enough money. I anticipated with the decline in economic activities in Zambia that the Minister of Finance is going to identify economic ministries, give them enough money, give them mandate of what to do, so that we can mobilize enough resources. After we have mobilized enough resources, then we can begin sharing. I was joking with somebody on the outside, I can see. I was saying Zambia is one of the few countries that have come across to minister, where you begin sharing that which you don't have. You begin increasing the consumption rate than investing in production. Because that is, I don't know, we do things in upside down. I hope I will not be challenged to say, you are there, what did you do? We did a number of things, Minister. You saw the touring program, because we believed in revenue generation. Your sector, in terms of RATSA, they are a lead tour agent at all the border facilities. For the information of the Minister of Water, who may not be aware, Minister, that RATSA is one of the leading agents that is undertaking that program, and they are contributing to sustainable revenue generation in Zambia. But what is limiting? It is the resource envelope, the inadequate allocation of funds. Money that we are allocating to social sector for consumption could be limited and invest in economic activities. Then once we generate more, then we begin sharing. Otherwise, we may end up failing even to support the social sector if we cannot support the economic sector. With these few words, Chairman, I support the budget with the very heavy heart, seeing that there's a reduction instead of the increase. I thank you, Chairman.
Mrs. Tonya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be brief so that my colleague, Dr. Mwanza, can have a chance to debate. because I intend also to adopt a good part of Honorable Chitotera's debate as my own in terms of the progressive suggestions that he has given, especially on the modernization and improvement of our rail system. I just wondered, though, what they did to the 120 million that had been given at one time, to do the same thing that he is now asking colleagues, and for which they had opportunity, to do something about it. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Minister, I want to appreciate your men. They were really at work over the last few days concerning the accident that happened in Kafue to help us, mitigate, the situation. But that particular accident, Mr. Speaker, is the one that made me, think of also, just debate this. And especially when we look at the mandate of the ministry, somewhere I read you are responsible for road traffic policies as well as the rail policy we've talked about, the road transport policy. And I was just wondering, what all these policies prescribe. I wish I had more time to read, but I wish, and what comes to mind is that this should be the ministry that should be able to liaise with the counterpart ministry responsible for road infrastructure development, because I believe that you have the statistics, for instance, of how much traffic passes through some given points along the highways, so that you are able to recommend, what roads need to be put up where. So this accident in Kafue, at the Shikoswe railway station, was an eye-opener, to the challenge of road infrastructure that we had as people struggled, to pass through that point, meander through Kafue town, leaving our roads damaged to the extent now that they've mandated me to come and air this concern that now that our roads have been damaged because of the situation that happened, government should really think of doing something about the roads in Kafue, which are already in a deplorable state. There have been suggestions, about putting up even a flyover bridge across the accident point where, this happened. Because even before this accident, I don't know why I've not really understood yet why suddenly this place has become difficult to pass through. Traffic builds up there, especially at peak hours when you are traveling south, somewhere from a place called Wikongwenya after Shimabala there. I mean, it just becomes traffic as if you are in Lusaka. So we need, a solution there in terms of facilitating for the faster movement of goods and passengers. I mean, we are now talking about quick movement of goods in order to do good business. No wonder this one impatient driver, whose action we cannot justify, was quickly trying to beat the train and in the end causing a derailment and causing a disaster, for everybody. But it just points, to the situation, the difficult situation that, the people who move through that point experience due to this heavy road. Then the issue of also bypass roads. At one time, there was a plan to do a bypass road from Mazabuka through somewhere in the Kafue hinterland. I don't know if I can call it hinterland, and connecting, which should have come, and connected and go to, yes, and continue to Ndola, But somehow this plan has stalled. So again, it's a reminder that we need just to revisit, such plans so that people are not stuck the way we were stuck, during this fateful event. There were also plans about the Link 8000, road, which should have been connecting traffic from Chirundu via Chiawa through to Leopards Hill. So if such plans had also been fully implemented, all these trucks and transport would have had alternative routes, to use, unlike, really passing through the compound, and it was a living hell, the last 3 days for the people of Kafue. So, Honorable Minister, I really want you to take up this aspect of you advising the Minister of Infrastructure about where we need roads, including places like Shantumbu Road, Honorable Minister. Because when you go to Shantumbu, Shantumbu is now the new, it's like the new Kafue, where people live in Kafue and come to work in Lusaka with very heavy traffic, and they can no longer do now with a gravel road. I mean, if we can have a road going to Mungule, why shouldn't we have a road, going to places like Shantumbu, where the traffic is equally bad? So in that road traffic policy, I will be looking for it to just see what it talks about, and hope that it is a document that helps to inform where road development should happen, including the erection of flyover bridges, so that we also have a few to point at the end of our tenure. I know that we can do it better without borrowing excessively, as our colleagues did, so that, we can ease the movement of people and goods in order to do business and support our own economic agenda. I thank you.
Dr. Mwanza.
Well, thank you so much, finally, Chair, for giving me this opportunity to debate on transport and logistics. Honorable Minister, Zambia, being in a well positioned in terms of its geophysical location, can be a transportation hub for Southern Africa, which it is actually. Looking at the budget, I'll just focus mainly on one of the key infrastructures that are lacking to...
Order. As the time is 1840 hours, I interrupt proceedings and committee work stands adjourned. The Committee of Supply will report progress and ask leave to sit again. Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House. Order. I have to report to the House that the Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue for the year 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2024 has gone through heads 44 and 52 has made progress and asked leave to sit again.
Day for resumption of committee work.
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Committee work to resume tomorrow. All the honorable members were adjourning. The honorable member for on. The House is now adjourned.
The day has been concluded. And before we end our broadcast for today, we have a look at what has been discussed on the floor of the House this afternoon.
Yes, indeed, Pauline. So when the House resumed sitting this afternoon at 14:30 hours, Madam First Deputy Speaker did make an announcement in which she did recognize the presence in the public gallery of Chalimbana University in Lusaka district, and on behalf of the National Assembly, Madam Speaker did warmly welcome the visitors to the National Assembly of Zambia.
And in another announcement, the Honorable Madam Deputy Speaker welcomed a delegation of members of staff from the Kenyan Parliament, and she welcomed the visitors to the Parliament of Zambia. And after the announcements, the House went, there was actually a ministerial statement that was rendered by the Acting Minister of Mines and Minerals Development on the status of illegal gold mining activities at the Kanyelele area of Mpika district in Muchinga province. And this a statement comes at the backdrop of the Member of Parliament from Mpika constituency, Honorable Kapianga, who raised a matter of urgent public importance relating to the removal of illegal miners by law enforcement agencies in Kanyelele.
And the Minister did state that Mpika district, particularly Kanyelele area, experienced a gold rush by artisanal and small-scale gold miners in March 2023. Adding that government sent a team of officers from his ministry and other institutions such as security agencies to assess the situation. The minister did add that it was discovered that there was an influx of people and suspected foreigners who were involved in illegal gold mining activities in the area, with pits spread across the area.
And to secure the resources, the minister indicated that government immediately heightened the engagement of illegal miners on the need to halt the activities, to pave way for government to assess the extent of mineralization, to determine the economical potential of the resources in the area. And in addition, the minister indicated that government engaged various stakeholders such as the communities around the area, the traditional leadership, as well as local administration in Mpika district and the Muchinga province as a whole. And consequently, various interventions have since been taken, and that illegal mining activities will soon be halted. The ministry has since deployed a team of geologists who undertook geological investigations in October 2023, and a detailed report is being finalized.
Yes, indeed, and the minister did add that his ministry, in conjunction with other line ministries, has developed an integrated artisanal and small-scale gold mining and marketing development model through the formation of cooperatives, training in basic mining methods, provision of mining equipments, and establishment of marketing centers. He did add that so far it has been implemented in the gold subsector in selected areas over the country, which include Kanyelele area in Mpika district.
The minister further informed the House that government is committed to protect and prudently manage the mineral resources through various interventions, and these include deployment of security personnel to areas such as Kanyelele in Mpika district, and this to ensure that protection of mineral resources and also curb illegal mining activities, while also protecting the environment from degradation through unregulated mining activities in the communities.
And in concluding, the minister did say that his ministry is undertaking policy, legislative and institutional reforms that will result, among other things, the establishment of the Minerals Regulations Commission that will ensure regulation over the mining sector for the benefit of the Zambian people, including the prevention of illegal mining activities.
Yes, after that ministerial statement, there was one question that came for consideration, or rather one question that was considered by the House, and this was question 152 that was posed by Member of Parliament for Kalabo Central, Mr. Miyutu, and he posed a question to the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security. And the first part of the question, he wanted to know the rationale for renaming Zambia Prison Service as Zambia Correctional Service, and the second part of the question, question, he wanted to know whether Zambia Correctional Service has been achieving the institutional mandate. And in response, the minister in the first part informed the House that the name was changed to be in tandem with the Constitution to reflect the expanded institutional mandate and from merely being a punitive to a correctional one. And the second part of the question, which is part B, the minister informed the House that the service has conducted various rehabilitation and reformatory in forms of education and other skills development.
Thereafter, the House did consider 4 bills at different stages, and they're as follows. The Defense Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023, was considered at second reading and the committee stage to be taken next week, Tuesday, 5th December 2023.
And the other bill that was considered by the House was the Trademarks Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2023. It went through committee stage with amendments, and consideration of the report to be taken tomorrow, Wednesday, 29th November 2023.
The Competition and Consumer Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2023, was also considered at report stage, and a third reading to be taken tomorrow, which is 29th November 2023.
And the Zambia Institute of Marketing Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2023, has gone through the third reading stage.
Thereafter, the House did resolve into the Committee of Supply to consider estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital under constitutional and statutory expenditure. So, Pauline, we had 3 heads which were under consideration. These are head 44, head 52, and head 51.
Yes, head 44, Ministry of Labor and Social Security, a total amount of 99,714,324 has been approved as part of the estimates for this head. And the second one was head 52, Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation, a total amount of 2,113,244,858 kwacha has also been approved as part of the estimates for this head.
And at the time business was interrupted, under consideration was head 51, which is the Ministry of Transport and Logistics. So on the floor was Dr. Aaron Mwanza, so we expect him to continue debating from where he ended tomorrow, which will be 29th November 2023.
So that has been the business of the House today, Tuesday, 28th November 2028. We hope that you join us again tomorrow as we bring to you proceedings of the House. So from all of us at Parliament Studios, we wish you a lovely evening.
Good evening.
There were 59,439 registered cashew nut farmers in Western Province.
The situation as it is, I'm incapacitated.
The good people of Petauke, especially in Nyika 1, where we don't have water.
This is now a serious risk on the people with Testezi. Last week we registered one maternal death.
Within the CDF, we can build palaces for all chiefs in our country.
Minister, when are we going to have money? When are we going to construct this?
Catch us live on DSTV channel 272, OTV channel 28, Topstar channel 5, or visit the National Assembly of Zambia Facebook page. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you.
The role of the presiding officer is to coordinate and manage the plenary sessions during the parliamentary sitting.
The role of the presiding officer in elections, I think he's in charge of the station he's in charge at the polling station. He's overseer of everything, that is all the activities that are happening at the polling station. He's a presiding officer.
A presiding officer is a person who makes sure debates are done in a fair manner.
A presiding officer is a person who makes sure there's order and law in the house in case of anything. Yes, sir.
The law of a presiding officer is to make sure there is order in the house.
The law of the presiding officer in the parliament, debates are made in a light manner.
A presiding officer, this is someone who presides over a debate or a forum, and that is to be specific in parliament. Now this person ensures that there is a proper conduct in the hearing processes of the whole debate as parliament is in session, and this person also ensures that there are no delays in the whole procedures of parliament dealings.
This is basically ensuring there's order in the house. That's what I understand by the term, the role of the presiding officer in the house.
Well, very interesting views from the people out there on what they know on the issue to do with the presiding officer. You are now watching Voice of the People. My name is Paulson Tendovi, and it is a program that gives a platform to our people out there to express what they understand about parliamentary procedure that goes on the floor of the House. My guest on the program is the Deputy Principal Clerk from the Research Department, and this is Mr. Kabwiwi Mubanga. Thank you so much for finding time and appear on the Voice of the People program.
Yeah, thank you very much, Paulson. It's always a pleasure to join you on the set.
Briefly tell us your work here at the National Assembly as Deputy Principal Clerk Research.
Well, my role is to provide supervision to the senior research officers who are directly supervisors of the research officers. The research officers are the officers who provide, do the research for all the information requests that come from members of parliament. So my role is basically to just supervise the supervisors of the research officers.
What are some of